Well, well, well. We're back. We're back with some more flesh and blood goodness. Let's see what we do today. Actually, we know what we're doing today. We're playing more constructed, classic constructed to be exact. And we're going to start off with a couple of games of Azalea. I changed around a few things again. So I'm just seeing what works, what doesn't. Continuous strive to improve my stream. And if you have any feedback on what's going well or not, then please do let me know. This morning, I was online for almost 2 hours, but then I had to go offline to do some things. So I decided that I is the perfect day to come back online, do a few more hours, and so we take it from there. Actually, I can see one thing that's a bit disturbing, so just hold on, give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Now that is now that that is fixed, we can get into the flesh and blood. So we can see 3 games so far in Azalea. That is 3 out of the 10 that I plan to play on her. I will continue playing her until somebody complains. So that's not quite true actually. So I'm going to play 10 or play as many today as you guys like me to play. I might play a bit more, depending how it goes. I might play a few less. I played a very interesting deck yesterday. It was given to me by a viewer, a Hexacore Levia. It was very fun to play. It was a bit janky, but definitely something that I enjoyed doing. So if you are here, you have something you want me to play, then I'll play that for sure. So while we're here, I think I do want to quickly edit this deck. This deck was played at Battle Hardened in Warsaw and placed third there. This is not my deck. So we're going to edit this. I think one of the cards that should be in sideboard as per default is um, Down and Dirty, and we're also going to put Command and Conquer, and we're also going to put these traps. So these traps go there as well. So that is pretty good. I think the E-Strike, they're pretty good, but they're going to inventory as well. So we're now at 65 of 60. Ideally, we want to get it down to a standard 60. But I think a lot of these arrows are kind of in a flex spot, and you play the ones that make most sense. So I think being down at 65 is pretty close where we want to get, but there's the battering bolt. I think it's a good card, but it's a 2 cost. So that's very expensive. I think we need to think about that very well if we want those in or not. So that's all gone now. Cool, and I think this is a deck that makes sense now. So we've got that down to 63, and let's queue up for the game. That's what we're here for. We're here to play Flesh and Blood on Talishar. I'm gonna pop in the name of the stream here. I want to make sure that somebody that's going to play against me knows that this is going to be on a stream and that I'm going to upload this to YouTube. So I do want to make sure they're aware of that, and that they're not surprised when they suddenly find their name on YouTube or somewhere. I don't think it's nice to be surprised by something like that. So we're going into queuing up. Hopefully, we'll find a game a bit earlier or a bit faster than earlier today. Before we start the first game, then I will have to adjust my camera. I moved it after some feedback yesterday, and I just realized that I turned off the wrong light. So let me go fix that 1 second while we wait for somebody to come in. One moment, please. And we're back. You missed nothing. We're still in the queue. There is no game here. And I think the change that I made is good. There is no bright light in back. And we have a Teklovossen. Interesting matchup. So let's send them a message. Good luck, have fun. And I just will need a few moments to sideboard. Let me just adjust the camera here a little bit. That's good. Think about sideboarding. Give me a few minutes. Okay. Okay, I think we're both new to this deck, so it'll be an interesting one. So I think Battering Bolt could be good. Go Again could be good. Um, I think I'll leave it like this. No. Let's just have some fun, dude. Okay, good. So I'll submit that deck. Beep beep beep. I like that sound. It's like getting on an elevator or something. Good. I'm just checking around that I got everything right. That is looking good. We have everything up and running here. Awesome. Just waiting for them. DJ Taker. A DJ that takes. Or is his last name DJ, first name DJ and last name Taker? We will probably never know. So let me maximize this to full screen and then see where the camera sits. So I might just want to move this a little bit to the side and a little bit up. There we go. Okay, that's a bit too much to the side. Let's move that back out here. Okay, so I think that is all good. And yeah, that works. I mean, it'll be over the graveyard, but we'll click the graveyard to see things anyway, so that's going to work well. Okay, defense reaction, so I get to go first. What do I want to... Oh, so they went first and they put something in arsenal. They have no equipment up and running at the moment, so that's good. What do we do with this? Do we use Knock the Death Whistle? No, we do not, because that's not going to work. We are going to Death Dealer, putting the Knock the Death Whistle, to use that to pitch. Then we're going to put this in Arsenal. Very nice. Okay, then we're going to Deadeye. We're going to release attention. We're going to Seek and Destroy. We're going to shoot a Bolton shot, and that should be for 13 damage. Nothing to scoff at. That is a hit that they need to respect, but they are just going to block me out. Almost. Almost. I mean, there's no on hit here. There is, and they're going to need to disregard or discard their card in Arsenal. So I think I'll take that as a win. I get 1 life. That's a good start, and the action goes back to me. So we have an arrow here, but we're low on resources. So how do we play this out? Let's do Ravenous. That'll tell us what's on top of the deck. Okay. I didn't pay attention. What was it? It was a Lace with Frailty. Okay, interesting. So that's going to be a 4. They're going to block 3. That's going to leak another damage. I'm going to play... I do want to play some more here. I don't just want to pass this right back, right? So Death Dealer into Spire Sniping, or should I just wait for the next turn? No, we want to push more damage here, right? Because the reason for that being, the longer that they got time, the I want to say this goes to the top and this goes to the top, so we know the next two aren't arrows. And I want to use release attention because I don't actually know for certain, but I would think that Teklovossen runs quite a few defense reactions. And that's another 5 damage leaked. Good. Off to a good start here. And they're just gonna get 3 back. I mean, of course. Okay, so we have Remorseless that we want to play. I think I've played a couple of hands here. I didn't put anything into Arsenal so far, and I think that's not the way to go to move forward. So I do want to make sure that I can put something in Arsenal. So I'm going to use that dealer to load Remorseless. No, 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 Simon. Come on. We need to pitch first. We need to pitch, and then we're doing a thing. All right? Okay, so we load this. And now we have a Spire Sniping, and I think that would be a good target to put into Arsenal. I think that makes sense. So we're going to... I can opt... Okay. It's going to go long, so I'll keep that around for long. I'm going to send that to the bottom. Lace with Bloodrot, pass. And then we're going to shoot a Remorseless for 11. Would have been nice if we had something with the opting that we could put into Arsenal to dominate that. But I think our time for that will come. So we'll just sit around. We'll give it some time. We'll have patience, and we'll do that later on. So that's 11 to 3. So if he's not going to block more, that's... Oh, here we go. Here are the defense reactions. He might have had that in the last hand and not been able to use it. So 11 to 4, and I give him a Blood Rot. Nice. Good. We continue leaking that damage, and this arrow goes into our... Okay. Right. Does that bring him back up to 40? Back up to 40. Okay, just sending him a message here. All right, so they pass. We're back at 40. Um, Cards are almost even. He's at 47. I'm at 48. However, I do think the pressure is more on me here. And the reason for that is that they will eventually build up their armor here. And when that happens, I'm going to have a hard time. So let's trigger this. And we are going to keep the ledger on top. So I don't actually know what happened now. Okay, so I know. So Searing Shot is on top. All right, so how do we best play this? I think we're gonna Azalea. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna Azalea to change that arrow. Good. Then we're going to... No, I do not want to. I want to Lace with Bloodrot. Thank you. I will. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Release attention. And that is some nice buffs there, and we'll shoot a Searing Shot on top of that. Okay. So that's a 10 dominate. That should do some damage here. Unless they have like 3 defense reactions. Well, they can't because it's dominate, of course. Alright, okay, so that's 10. They're gonna take 6, and there's a Blood Rot, and I am happy. So Bolt and Shot is very good. I'm not sure if it's good if you have 2 in your hand, but I'm gonna put reds into my arsenal. Fabricate. That's a very cool card for them. Not exactly 100% sure what it does, but I know it's good. Good. Okay, so that's Fabricate. I'm guessing they're going to use it to equip a base equipment from inventory. Okay, or control gets +1. Put this under an Evo permanent you control. Okay. Right, so that's a junkyard dog for 5. What do we do? So on our turn, we're going to play a Seek and Destroy on a Bolt and Shot, and then read the ledger with Premeditate. So I think we're just going to take this 5. And see what happens after this. Cool. All right, that's... I didn't have anything, so that's all good. Do we want to? I think we'll play the premeditate first. I'm not sure if it makes a huge difference if I play Seek and Destroy. I do want to keep that for red in the ledger because I might already get some blocks out of them on this. It has go again because it's higher than its base damage with the buff that I gave. So we're going to come in for 7 and then 3 plus another 5. So that's going to be an 8. If they block here, that's good for us because they are blocking on the card which doesn't have the on hit. And but there's okay, good, good, that's good. They still have 3 cards in hand though, so we must hope that 8 is going to go through. It could be that they're just going to block it out. No, actually, this is wrong. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Sorry. And then we're going to use that resource that we just gained to use Death Dealer. If we're lucky, we're going to get another buff. We are not getting another buff. Okay. Okay, so we're just going to play a Seek and Destroy then. And a red in the ledger. Pitching a infecting shot. I think I'd rather have a Bolton shot in Arsenal, and that's going to come for 8. So they could potentially block it out. And they might. We'll see. No, maybe there's a defense reaction here. There is not. Okay, cool. Right, so we're going to load the Bolton shot back in Arsenal. And they're going to attack us for 1. Is that it? 1. All right, we'll just disregard that. Oh, thank you very much, J.S. Glassberg, and welcome back. It's good to see you 2 nights in a row, 2 days in a row, whatever the time there is. So we'll take 1. Yeah, Memorial Grounds. Yeah, Memorial Ground is a great card, and I've seen that in other decks. I think that could be really good. You're absolutely right. Something to think about for sure. Okay, so we have Bolton shot. We can. So we're going to do a Bolton shot. And we're going to pass. And he's going to think maybe this is naked. Maybe there is nothing on top of this. But he should know that there is the possibility of a rain razors. And that gives us go again. It also should trigger reload. And I'm going to put drill shot in Arsenal. Then I'm going to play. I can't play Deadeye because I don't have the resource for it. Okay, so I did mess it up a little bit. But I can trigger the ability for Skullbone, see what's on top. Okay, that's good. I'm going to keep that on top. And then I'm going to trigger her ability to get the arrow from top. The thing is, I need to aim counter on Deadeye to trigger its ability, and I don't know how I would do this with this deck. I don't actually know what this card does in this deck. Is it just a +3? Is that everything that this card is supposed to do in this deck? And I can't do both here. Okay, so I'm just going to do this and then put another Bolton shot on the top of the deck. This is good because it's 7 dominate with the Rain Razors. Rain Razors, fantastic card. It lasts your whole turn. Just keeps giving every card +2. It tanked me 7 times with same rain. Yes, I was on the. I had a very similar game earlier today where I was on the receiving end of that as well. It wasn't exactly 7 times, but I'm sure I saw red in the ledger at least 3 to 4 times, and that just kind of killed my, that killed my whole game, right? Because, if I'm Azalea, I need to have go again to play all these buffs. If I can't have that, then I lose out a lot of momentum. Um, they give me quite a bit of advice. Hey, Egrion, good to see you back. Thank you for coming back. Um, I hope you're having a good day so far. We're just playing some Azalea here, putting the Bolton shot back in Arsenal. We've got him at 18 life, and he's only got one Evo equipped so far. So I think we're good at the moment. We're in a good place, but I don't want to get over eager. It could turn pretty quickly. FAB is like that. Just an off turn or two from me, and suddenly we're in a world of hurt, and we definitely don't want to get there. So, all right. So this is a Bolton shot on top of the deck. So I could give this dominate, but honestly, what's the point? I mean, if it's a 5 dominate, it's actually pretty good because I'll just lace it with inertia and it has go again and it gives reload. So actually, this is, I take everything back that I just said. This is pretty good. Nope, still not wanting to do that. Then we'll play a lace with inertia. And inertia, it means that they will not be able to keep any cards, which is good because they might have something in arsenal they want to keep. And if giving this reload, oh sorry, giving this dominate means that reload is likely going to trigger. Although he has Evo, so he might just use the equipment plus a card from hand to block this. And then he can work around that. But I have Death Dealer. I can load red in the ledger and just present another on hit that he really doesn't want to see. Yellow block 3 is still good for you. That I can be really strong after using knock to set up the top deck. Okay, okay. I think that makes sense. Thank you. So that's so helpful. This is I don't want to single you out here, JS, but I think this is one of the reasons why I am streaming these games, right? It's one thing just playing a hero you've never played before by yourself in a dark corner and just playing these games. And I would take a lot less away from this if I wouldn't have you guys here helping me and you know you have more experience than I have on these heroes, so there's things I simply don't see. Right? And I think it's always different as well. If you're watching somebody play, you see lines of play that the person playing doesn't see. That's why I don't like when somebody's on YouTube and they say, oh, this was a bad turn in a tournament from this person and they made that mistake and they made this mistake and they played really badly. Oh, no, I wasn't paying attention now. Um, that's really not fair because if when you're playing the game, it's really a completely different situation. Because that's a 5. If I push this to 8, do I realistically think they're going to block out the full 8? That's the question. Because otherwise, I might just want to keep the delays for later turn. I might want to keep it for later turn. Because if it's not dominate, right? So if I do 8 or 5, might not make a huge difference here. Hmm. You're saying I should do it. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it, and we'll see where we go. So that's 8. Very nice. I think they haven't been able to play a game at all. Sometimes you have those games where you're just kind of sitting there and watching, and there's not a whole lot that you can do to reply. And I think we've all had these games of like, yeah, I'm guessing you're playing a game and I'm watching you. I think this is probably something that LSS should look at and analyze those kind of games in detail because you don't want to have too many of those games. I think this game lives and dies off the interaction between the players and this back and forth that this almost Street Fight-esque gameplay loop presents. And if one person just sits there and they just kind of have to watch what's happening, that's not interesting for them. And they might walk away from a game saying, "Hey, why am I even playing this game?" Command and Conquer. That's a good card. That's a good card. Okay. So I'm not sure I. Hmm. Actually, I'll just take the 6 here. I'll take the 6. I'll get rid of my knock. Because I don't wanna use any of these buffs to block. I think if I just load Death Dealer with a Remorseless and then play these 2 buffs, I think that gives me a better return than if I block a card here. Load the Remorseless. Okay, cool. Right, so I even have a, if they decide to block, then I have a backup in my hands that I can use to push some damage over the top in case I can't push it over. And I think with Lace and Fealty, this is, I want to make sure this hits. But if they let it hit anyway, then I don't need to use it on this turn. I can use it for later turn. So that's blocking for 6. That's blocking for 9. Nope, maybe not. Yeah, I could have. Yeah, you're right. So we have 9. I'm just going to pass on this and see what they do. Okay, so this is interesting. So this is going to push them to 13, and the Rain Razors is also going to push me to 13. So we're dead even there. So it doesn't make sense for me to use the Rain Razors here, because why? It's just going to be even, right? Unless my math is off. Now it's 13, and Rain Razors is +2, so we're 13, 13. So I'm better off just preserving this. I'll put it in Arsenal. I'll have a 5-card hand against his 4-card hand, or, you know, nothing for that matter. But he has been able to stall me out for quite a bit here, so we need to be careful. I will run out of deck eventually. Keeping that in mind, I do have three codexes still, so we can get some arrows back if push comes to shove. All right, so sleep dart. I'll keep that on top. And we are going to Azalea and then seek and destroy, premeditate. Okay. Pass. Pass. I was just thinking there if we should. No, it doesn't make sense. What I was going to say was play the Rain Razors first, but of course the card needs to be there and needs to go at the bottom of the deck for me to be able to trigger Azalea. So we're going to do 3 and seek and destroy. Yeah. And then we're going to shoot a sleep dart. And that is 11 dominate. It's too bad that we don't have something like Blood Rot here that could push some additional damage or something of the kind. I think that would have been really good. The on hits, I'm not sure he cares too much. Okay, so he did that so he could equip something. So the second part of Evo is coming out. Why not Tuna? I mean, yes, why not tuna? Tuna is delicious, but I'm not sure I understand your question. Why not tuna? What am I missing? Is that some kind of ranger slang? Okay, so 11-3, that's going to leak some significant damage. That's good. We get a ponder, so we get to choose what we put in Arsenal, and we're going to put the bolt and shot in Arsenal. Nice. So we're just going to check what's on top of the deck, see what we have there. Okay, Deadeye. We're going to bottom this because I'm going to play out Ravenous first. And I don't want to yellow because that would take a damage away. Well, it made it even worse. It made it even worse. But you have to agree the idea was the right one. Who would think that after yellow we'll have a blue right away? Should have been a red. It should have been a red. Justice for red. So Lace with Inertia. They're going to need to fully block again here. And then we're going to do this. We're going to keep this on top, and then we're going to trigger Azalea. Thank God it gave me something else to look at, because otherwise I would have forgotten her ability. because now we can push another huge turn for dominate. I think this is going pretty well. They did say they haven't played Teklovossen a lot going in, so some of this might have to do with their inexperience. But is this a matchup where Azalea is favored? Do we think she's favored into this? So I mean I'm at 28 life, right? So usually usually FAB games are pretty close. If you're like 20 life ahead, you know something is going right. But let's not underestimate. He has three evos now. Three evos, one more evo, and they could singularity, and suddenly things turn. Right, let's not get cocky. The game is not over. There's always a chance for everyone to come back. Yeah, she will rock Tekla. Yeah, it looks like it so far. She's so damn consistent now. I remember back in the day, maybe a year ago or so, before all the support that Ranger got, she was so immensely inconsistent that you could just brick hand after hand after hand and it doesn't go anywhere. Okay, so what are they doing? They're going to re-equip and block 3, 6, 9. So that means we'll leak 2. Yeah, aggro control is a nice way of putting it. Right? It's like if you have this much damage coming through, what are you going to do? Other than just blocking. But it's an interesting point then, right? The question is, when are you actually going to dominate, right? Even if you can dominate, do you want to dominate? Or do you want them to use their hand to block? Okay, so we are going to Tunic, Death Dealer, Low Bolt and Shot. Then we're going to use at least one of the buffs to give Bolt and Shot go again. Yes. Oh, sorry. This is I only have one buff. Okay. So yeah, no, 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 no. So we're going to premeditate and then bolt and shot. The question is, should I play Codex to dig out a card? And if so, if yes, what would be appropriate here? We're gonna have enough resources to play something that is not a zero cost. So one or two. Well, I don't have any two costs, I don't think. I sideboarded that out. So we're going to need to sink a card if we do it now. So we're not going to be able to do like bolt and shot into withering shot. Okay, we'll see. So they're down to 6. They have 2 cards left in hand. No? Okay, we'll just redo that. Oh, did I? No, I couldn't use cross wrap, right? I didn't have anything at the start of the turn in my arsenal. Yeah, more often than not, Codex into red in the ledger is nuts. Yeah, true. I'll do that. That feels good. That feels good. All right, so we're going to play Codex of Frailty. We're going to get red in the ledger, and then we are going to bonk them with a red in the ledger. Oh, what's happening? Oh, I need to, of course. I forgot that I need to sacrifice one of my cards. I was like, am I bugging out? Is Talishar crashing on me? Are you guys still here? You are indeed. 5. Oof. But again, let's not underestimate the amount of block they have. I'm down to 22 cards. Do I need to be worried about being fatigued here? I don't think so yet. Okay, so we have, another codex. Let's put codex in arsenal. Right, okay. Interesting. So they're going to attack for 2. I don't care. I'm still at 28 life. I'm now at 26 life. Famous last words. So let's just check what's on the top. That is remorseless. Okay, we'll keep that there. So let's just start with a 4 Ravenous Rebel, which is a cute little Ravenous. I'm thinking, can I shoot another 2 arrows here? But I don't think so. Because the idea is that I do Codex, get an arrow, that's free. Okay, I can load an arrow that's 0 cost. So I could get like a red bolt and shot. That's still free. Get rid of a card, Death Dealer, and then I can still shoot Drill Shot. I wonder if doing all of that works. Rebel first. No, you wouldn't have done Rebel first? Pitch Drill Shot just in case you use a singularity. Yeah, yeah, that might be a good idea. Okay, but then I don't have enough resources, right? All right, so let's play that anyway. You'll get a card out of their hands. They might not. They have less in their hand to block with. Load the Searing Shot. That's a 0 cost. I'm going to put the Infecting Shot there. So I can shoot Searing Shot, Snapdragon Scalers, Death Dealer into Drill Shot. How much block did I have here? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I think that might be overdoing it a little bit. How many drill shots? I think I have 3 drill shots. How many have I played yet? I haven't played any yet, so there's a couple more in my deck. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. We'll play it like that then. I trust your judgment. No pressure at all, though. No pressure. Just it's all good. Okay, right. So searing shots. That's coming for 4. They need to use 2 cards if they want to fully block it. Okay, a card from hand and an equipment. Good, pass. Then we do Death Dealer. We load. No, we play Red in the Ledger, which is good to have later on as well. We roll Drill Shots, and then we shoot that, and that's another 4. They probably need to use their equipment here as well to block. They do need to do that. I mean, not necessarily, right? They can take 1, but them blocking me out here is kind of their end game. So what else did they have? Okay, so we want to put this on here. Cool. Only 2? It's possible. I don't wanna take the full screen down at the moment, but it is possible. Okay, so we want to put Remorseless there so we can Skullbone. It's gonna come at me for another 3. I don't care. So it's actually a 2. So okay. Right, let's look at what's at the top of the deck. I hope for an arrow. It's not an arrow. Okay, so we'll keep it here. I think having that next turn would be good. Okay, so we're not going to be able to do that much because I think I might have been a bit overeager using Snapdragon last turn. Might have been better keeping that around for a little longer. But we'll play Lace. We'll play. We're just going to keep that there. I'm going to play Remorseless. We're going to pitch Codex for 11, and then put knock into Arsenal, and then we can go fish for a good card at the start of next turn. I hope audio is great today, guys. I hope video is looking fine. I hope I'm not going to miss the lights going out on me. The lights that I'm using here for the setup are running on battery, and I noticed that they run out of battery after about 3 hours. So when I was streaming late last week on Thursday, when I actually turned off the stream, I noticed that the light had almost completely run out of juice. So let me know if something goes wrong here. I'm also using my headset for the first time because it lets me hear the sounds of the desktop, which I usually turn off because for myself, so there's no echo in the microphone. I would have used knock to fish out zero cost. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's a good point, mate. Okay, so put this here. Pass. All right. So we're going to no, no. Wait, hold on. Before we do that, just gonna check what's on top. Always do that first. That's what somebody told me. Okay, we're gonna put that at the bottom. Well, it wouldn't. We knew that was there, right? We knew that was there. Okay, so we're going to put a red bolt and shot there. Oh wait, did I do that wrong? Okay, I don't know. Okay, so now we Azalea. Okay, pass. I think I'm doing this right. I'm almost certain I did this right. Right, so it's going to be a bolt and shot that looks like it's naked. We all know it's not because there's a cheeky little rain razors here. So we're going to have go again either way. He might be able to. Oh no! What is he doing? To be fair, I'm communicating my stream in the name of the game, so they could be stream sniping me. I have no delay. They could be watching me, and they could be watching what I'm planning to do. Now, again, we're all here to. Oh, bracers! Yes, forgot about that. I think I've never used bracers actually. So yeah, that's a good point. So we're all here to learn on Teleshore. Like nobody's here to just beat you down, or at least they shouldn't. There's a singularity. At least we know that's not a threat anymore. So we're gonna rain razors. Could have pushed it over to 7, right? So you're right. If I used bracers, this would have gone to 7, and then we could have reloaded. No matter. I'm going to use Spring Tunic, Death Dealer to load Drill Shot. And then we are going to. So this is going to be coming for 6, and we're going to. Now we're going to bracers because it's going to push it to. It's going to say to 7, but my math is. Oh, okay. I. Hmm. Okay, because it interacts with the top. Okay, got it. All right, let's see though. 5. Is this it? No, they still have. They're still gonna have life after this. This might actually. uh, this might actually come down to the wire. I was thinking I was well in control of this game, but alas, I am not. Okay, and we're going to put this in Arsenal. Oof, 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 oof. A dominated arrow would be nice here. Why do I keep getting that dead eye? Hmm. All right, let's just play out the red in the ledger, pitching or spire sniping. And then I think we we put a Spire Sniping in Arsenal, and that'll give us plenty of opportunity to go look for, or to see what's on the top of the deck to see if we can finish him off with Dominate. Yeah, blue, right? I always seem to get those blues when I don't need them. Too many blues in this deck. There's like, what, 3? 3 blue. Anyway. Once again, thanks everyone for being here. I'd love a follow if you want to stick around and you want to see when I go online and see more of these games that I'm playing. This is life-wise, we're very even, but if you look at the cards in deck, he might very well fatigue me here. Especially if he continues using these 3. But let's check what's at the top of our deck. Okay. Okay. That's not what I wanted to see. But I can play knock the Death Wish, right? So I'm gonna put this through. I wonder if I still have arrows in my deck. I might actually be a point. Yeah, okay, I do. All right, let's put a. So this is revealed. Good. Then I'm going to Azalea. This should be it. Maybe. Because it's gonna block for 3. Block for 3. And from a hand, if they have a defense reaction, this might very well not be over. Pass. All right, so 5 dominate. They're gonna block 6. I don't think this is over. It's looking pretty close, but I don't think we've won yet. So close. I didn't think it was going to go this long, considering. Oh, no, it's over, right? Because, well, first of all, are they moving to reactions? They are. They must have something, because why would they pass here otherwise? Okay, pass. So this goes to block to 7. And this Rain Raises pushes my block to 7 as well. So that does nothing. Okay, so I think I pass, and I rather put a bolt and shot in Arsenal that I'm going to Rain Razors, and then I'm going to go wide. Okay. The aim counter would have helped, yeah? Okay. Okay, he's giving me all, he's giving me all the cards. Okay. I think now we do it. Now I think we do it. Because there should be. All right, I'll take the 2, mate. There, hopefully there's an arrow at the top. I know the last card. I think the last card that I pitched was it was a bolt and shot, right? Okay, so yes. So we're just gonna keep this on top. We are then going to Azalea. Pass. We're just gonna keep this on top and top. Yes, yes, that's fine. Pass. No. All right. We're going to pitch this. We're going to pitch this. Oh, play this rather, not pitch. And then we're going to play Spire Sniping. And that's 7 dominates. I mean, they could still block it out if they have a defense reaction. I'm a bit worried here, guys. I clicked too fast, didn't I? I messed it up. I messed it up. I know the last three cards in the deck are um, yeah, I clicked too fast. I think this is one of these situations where playing on Talishar is actually worse than playing in person because playing in person you don't make this mistake, right? They declare what they're doing, and then it's okay. I play Rain Razors and just clicking on. Okay, so put the Sleep Dart in Arsenal. He played really well. I think there's nothing to be said about that. I think he did the most what that he could, and you know it's not over, but it. Oh no! Okay, okay. Hold on. No, no. So I'm going to Death Dealer, pitching a Bolton shot. Okay. I'm going to put a Bolton shot in Arsenal. Then I'm going to Bolton shot, pass. But either he's watching or he kept track of my Rain Razors. I mean, it's easy to check, right? So you have to assume that every single ranger that you play has Rain Razors. So this is 5. Pass. So then I play Codex of Frailty. I think he's got me here. I think because that mistake that I made. Is there any way I can dominate? So what's the best arrow here? Hmm. Okay. So I can't Azalea. So I mean 6, and of course it's gonna block 6. I yeah, but he would have blocked it, right? I mean, you're right, but he would have blocked it, so I played myself. Okay. Um, yeah. I mean, he's saying it's my game, but it isn't really. I mean, it is, I should have won, but it's fine. It's fine. So he's got no deck left. Like, who would have thought that? Who would have thought that it would go this close? Thanks for the game. Good luck next game. That was fun. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why I'm here, right? And you're saying exactly the same thing. The right thing. Okay, let me get out of full screen here. So it's about learning this. It's about getting that experience. It's about playing heroes you've never played. It's about playing matchups you've never played. And I think the takeaway here is never count the opponent out and make sure to play clean, even on Talishar of 1 if Wind Razor play would not have been missed. That was fun though. Gonna update that. Cool. Good. Before we jump into the next game, just give me 1 second. I quickly got to turn the heating off. It's getting really warm in here. Just 1 second. I'll be right back. And I'm back already. Let's get this back on the stream. That's looking good. And we'll go look for another opponent. What will we get this time? We will still play Azalea, still play Classic Constructed. Not going to dox ourselves again. Cool. All right. Okay, Kano. So I guess it's going to be that kind of game because I have AB1. Does this have? It has. I have AB2. Okay, so CNC. I mean, do we even try here? Is there a world where I win this game? I think I have way too many blues. Not enough blues is what I meant to say. So there are 9 blues in this deck. And there are 12 yellows in this deck. So I guess I lose. Okay, good. I think we'll just load in and see where it goes. Round 1, fight. Cool. We're going to load a red in the ledger. Is most of Kano's stuff instant speed? Yeah, I think so, right? So he doesn't really care about red in the ledger. So we're just going to Deadeye. I mean, why not? So let's see if we can do a bit of damage here. His windows to use Kano will be narrower than what that way at least. Yeah, I'll try to keep pressure up here. At least like this, right? He isn't able to do something at instant speed on my turn, which is good. It forces him to block. And I think that's where I want him. Okay, so just taking something up here. All right, okay, that's all looking good. Bitrate is looking good. Saying no recommended changes. Excellent. Right, ether flare. Don't care. Do your ether flare. Sure, I'll take your ether flare. And we will then play Death Dealer, pitching a Spire Sniping. We're going to load Withering Shot, and we're going to go full on. 3 buffs and an arrow for 5. Ooh, the only thing that would be better here is if it was dominated. Otherwise, this is kind of a dream hand. It gives him a frailty. It gives him a blood rot. Maybe if I could change this for something that gives him an inertia, that'd be nice because he doesn't care about frailty, right? He doesn't have any weapons, so. Oh, even at instant speed, you still get 1 action. Oh, good. All right, that's good to know. So it's maybe not as terrible as I thought it would be. We'll see. You know, Kano just. Oh, he's already got an energy potion out. So once we get to 32, we're in kill range, right? That's just how it works with Kane. You get to 33, 32, if they have a good turn, and you don't have a bunch of blues in your hand, and AB 2 to 3, you're just dead. It's just how the hero works. But the funny thing is, I see Kano a lot more often on Talishar than I see him in real life. Like at a big tournament, a lot less people are willing to risk a tournament on the line with Kano. I think maybe because of how Talishar helps you sequence a turn, it's easier. Or because there's nothing on the line, they play it out, right? It's like, whatever. But this is not representative. The amount of Kanos that you see on Talishar is not representative of any kind of real life meta that you'll see. So even, for that reason, even if I would win here, or no matter what happens in this game, so the question really is, what do I take away from it? And there's really not much to learn. That's why I don't enjoy the Kano games that much. Because, yeah, it's just like, yeah, okay, you do 30 damage. Yay, okay. I think he has the right idea here with the hands and pop off, but he might be doing it too early. In my mind, and I've never played Kano, so, I don't know. But I feel like you want to do some more chip damage, do some more chip damage, and then when you're about to die, you pull off this big turn. Because this is one of his big power turns. If this doesn't happen again, then they might be dead. All right, I will remember to build this up. Applause for myself. Okay, so let's see, let's see. So that is for 19, a casual 19. I mean, why not? I'm down to 3 life in one turn from 30 to 3. How is this? What? I I'm a, again, it doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, you're right about that. It's like I think if you go AB3, there's it depends. Maybe not on Azalea, right? But I think they're on Reinar, where actually intimidate cards out of his hand, and they need to go for a turn that might not be optimal. I think there's actually a world in which it makes sense. Right. So full red hands. I mean, this is just over. This is just all kinds of over. So much for him just being new to the hero, right? So much for that. So 5. I'm going to use Snapdragons, by the way. That's why I decided to draw a card. Because I'm not going to get another turn. Like, if he kills me here. So might as well. Okay, 5. It's blocking. Why are you blocking? You can just kill me here. I was used Storm Striders already. So maybe he can't block me. Or can't kill me. But I can't kill him either. So, same difference. Yes, Oasis Respite is really, really nice. That's a really good card into Kano. And Kano being the only wizard which is legal at the moment, right? Ooh, well look at this. Hello, cheeky little ravenous rebel. Go, let's play that out for 4. I mean, if he blocked earlier on, then he's clearly doesn't have a turn to do something spicy. So I'm going to lace with frailty and bolt and shot. And if he again decides to not block, he has to block this fully. If he doesn't, I reload and shoot another bolted shot at him. He doesn't block. Is it just waiting to see until I have no cards left in my hand? Yeah, yes. So he was just waiting until I have an empty hand. Right, I'm down to like 1 life. Yeah, so now he kills me. It was all just for show. I was dead. This turn never happened. He just I was dead. I just didn't know it yet. That's why when you play seriously against Kano, you always kind of need to keep a blue in hand. Okay, so yeah, I don't have Arcane Barrier. So yeah, it's any any game against Kano's difficult. Well played, well played, well played. Thank you for the game. I took 33 damage on one turn. 33. That's just insane. The funny thing though is, if he doesn't pop off like this in turn 2, and the way that we played the game, there's a world where we can win this game. But it wasn't this game. So let's go back and I mean the results, right? I'll put a comment in here, but you know what it's going to be. Lol. That way you can't. So first go first. Yeah, you think it's better to go second into him? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I was thought it would be better to go second, but I was going wrong. I was wrong. I got a little distracted there for a second because at the moment I have 9 viewers. I've never cracked double digits, so I'm one viewer off from being able to hit 10. None of you is allowed to leave. You're stuck with me here until I allow you to leave, and I do not allow you to leave right now. So I'm sorry, guys, but guys and gals, but this is your life for the foreseeable future. I'm kidding. If you enjoy this, stay. If you don't enjoy it, just go do whatever else you were doing. I'm sure there is things that you wanted to get done today, other things you wanted to watch. Um, yeah. All right. So cool. Let me actually just quickly check. Am I the only streamer in the category at the moment, or is there somebody else playing Flesh and Blood? Let me just have a quick look at that while we wait for our next game. I don't know. If I can just click following here, that should show me the category, right? I am the only streamer. All right, cool. So you have no choice. If you want to watch Flesh and Blood on Twitch, I'm your only option. In that case, I apologize that you don't have enough options and you're kind of stuck with me. Um, maybe you want to be here. Maybe you just want to see some Flesh and Blood. I, you know, I appreciate you being here though. So that was. Oh, I just knocked the microphone. Sorry if that gave a big loud noise in your headset or in your speakers. So we played 5 games on her now. We're halfway point. I've won 2. This is actually the best result that I had so far in this challenge. I don't think I've won 2 games with any single hero in this challenge yet, or not this early on. So this is actually going really well. And I do have to say, I quite enjoy playing Azalea. Thank you very much, JS. And I realize you said that yesterday as well, so I should stop talking myself down like that. Um, I will. I promise to get better about that. So we have 5 games played. We have 5 more games to go. Um, and we'll see where it goes from here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm. I'm. If you're enjoying this, I'm glad that I'm able to do that. Okay, so do we get a game here? No. So we might have to jump into somebody that doesn't want to play against me. So we could just play into Dash. I don't want to do that because I have the choice. But if there is there's nobody else playing, instead of just sitting around and waiting, I might just join that game then. So we're gonna post this. Nobody joining? Nobody joining? All right, let's join Dash. Oh no, somebody has joined, and I ended my game. All right, so let's put another one up there. Okay, all right. Do do do. Maybe a question into the room then. I was thinking about this earlier, and I've been thinking about this for a while now. Do you think there is sense in playing other card games, be it digital or cardboard, to get better at Flesh and Blood? Does that make sense? Do you think you would take away anything from playing a different game? So, for instance, I've been playing Slay the Spire, and I was wondering if that helps me with thinking through hands and deck construction, all that that I will take into games of Flesh and Blood. I don't know the answer to that, and I'd be interested to hear what other people think. Good, we have Bravo. That's a new matchup. I haven't played Azalea into Bravo yet, so that's good. So let's see. I think I'm just gonna leave as is. Battering bolt, no. I mean CNC would be good, but when is CNC not good? They don't have that much Gargan, so Tar Pit, and especially on-hit triggers. I guess E-Strike. But I'll just play the 63 and what happens. See what happens. Maybe afterwards we'll realize what happens. Hey, JS, I'll happily play against you. So if we end up in the same situation afterwards where I can't find anybody, I'll happily play you anytime. No worries at all. If you want to play me, just we'll create a private game and we'll hop in. Absolutely. Yeah, it is pretty unique in what it does, right? So, but I was thinking, so do you not think that somebody that played like Magic the Gathering for 20 years at a high level and then jumped over to Flesh and Blood has a leg up? So I'm not happy about all these two blocks in my hand, by the way. I'm absolutely not happy about that. So 5/5, okay, good. But they're probably going to smack me with the hammer for 6 now. And I'm not going to be able to block that out. And all these cards that I have in my hand are actually pretty good cards. So having to use all of these to still leak 2 damage is definitely not where I want to start the game. For most hero, yes, but for most, no. So you would say, for instance, that if you play something like Dromai, where you establish a board state, that experience of Magic the Gathering could help. Dromai and Kano. Oh, Kano as well. Okay. Do you play a lot of instant speed in Magic the Gathering then? Okay, so let's just see. Read the ledger. I'm not sure if that's good into them. Remorseless may be better. I don't have any pumps at all in my hand, so this is going to be a rather underwhelming turn either way. Well, I draw a card through using Death Dealer, right? So we may get a... Okay, so what do we load? So they're 4-card hand. I very much doubt that they're going to do anything fancy. Now, do I want to play Knock here? It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just thinking what's like the worst that I can do with one attack? I mean, I can dominate it, right? But then what? Um, I could. No, I'm just gonna play this out. I think this is a pretty bad hand, all in all. Okay, cool. 5, naked, nothing else, just that. And by the way, I forgot again. I gotta get better about this. What's the point of having all these sound bits that you've got configured for your stream if you don't use them? I was thinking of getting something like a Homer Simpson, like the "No!" if I make a big mistake. That could be pretty fun. So they're blocking 2 here. I mean, I'm not sure it matters. They could just take 2 damage. I doubt that they're going to play more than 1 action. I mean, I'll take the 6 block. I think that's good because they're only keeping 2 cards in hand. So what are they going to smack me for 4? So I think this is actually good. So I'm going to put the bolt and shot in arsenal. Yeah, so that's just a 4. Okay, yeah. Woo. I'm not going to block that. No blocking that. That makes no sense. Okay, pass. Also, we got to remember, right? Talishar is a platform to practice, and there might be a good amount of players that we face that have very little experience a on their hero or flesh and blood period, right? So I think we shouldn't underestimate that. So I am going to play a Ravenous, and then I'm thinking I'm going to play a Bolt and Shot with Rain Razors or something like that. So 4, okay. Bolt and Shots, pass. I think they're not going to block here. I think they're going to let this go. The problem with this card is Rain Razors only pushes it to 4. So if they have a defense reaction, they can block it, right? But we'll see what happens here. Pass, okay. I have a hunch they have a defense reaction here. They do not. Okay. So that's good because I can reload. And then, or I could choose not to reload and use. I was thinking to myself, I could choose not to reload and then get a card with using Death Dealer and have another card to push this card even higher. We know there's a pump on top, so I think a premeditate was there. Yeah, yeah, that's right. I think the you're right, JS. The closer you get to a tournament, the likelier are to run into players which are really good. Okay, just gonna do something over here while we wait for their decision what they're going to do. Okay, they're gonna let it hit. Okay, so they have 4 card hands. Okay, but why did they let it hit? Because they can only attack with this. Okay, again, I'm assuming this player is pretty new to the game. Although Drosy, I feel like I've seen that name before. It's funny. I end up playing into a lot of people over and over on Talishar. I feel like I recognize these names. Um, so I'm not sure if this just a fact of, oh, all right, I see. I see. Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's pretty good. Forgot about Pummel. Not gonna lie. Okay, so what do we do here? I don't really want to lose any of these cards. Okay, I think that's probably the best option here because Codex of Frailty and Rain Razors is really good. For this turn, Premeditate and Searing Shot would have been really nice, but I think preserving these 2 cards is better for the long term for the game in the long term. So if we think ahead of where the game is going to go, this is probably better than just focusing on what I can do this turn. Discard the Razor. Really? Why the Razor? Hmm. Do we know what's on top? We do not know. Okay, this is not very good. That's just 4. Hmm, okay. It's gonna block 4 with all his equipment. Do I use the razor here? I've already used one. No, I have not. Confirm hits on Bravo with Dominate. Yeah. Okay. I don't really want to use it just to push 2 damage, but at the same time, I have 3 cards left in my hand. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna push 3 damage. Okay, red in the ledger in Arsenal. And we got 2 buffs for that. He's got 4 cards. We got to think hard about what he's able to do here. I think I've been focusing too much on what I do and not enough thinking about what they are going to do. And with something like Pummel, it's you kind of have to consider what's going to happen. Okay, so just all right, that's good. Everything fine up here. Just making sure everything's under control. Still says excellent. Cool, good. So for anyone that hasn't been here for a while, what I'm doing is learning how to play all the heroes. I want to qualify for Pro Tour Amsterdam, and so far I have very little experience on anything beyond Brute. And I'm playing games to get more familiar with the other heroes. And this is painful because I have so many 2 blocks in my hand. Again, not giving me. He has one floating, so at least we don't have to be worried about Pummel. But he's putting me into position like I was hoping to play release attention. I mean, I can, right? So sleep dart and then push 3. But hmm, Jess, you're not gonna like what I do next because I'm going to take it and get rid of red in the ledger to actually have a turn. This might come back to haunt me. So yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm going to play one hero after another, and the goal of that whole exercise is to learn how they play, to know what their power turns are, to much better understand when I'm playing against them what turns I need to be wary of and what turns I can take the damage like I just did. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to leave this on top. We're going then to Azalea. Nope, no aim counter. I don't think an aim counter does anything here. Then no defense reactions, that's good as well. And then inertia, and then bolt and shot. That should be, that's a pretty good turn. Yeah, sleep dart would have been good as well, but I think dominating with this on hit here of inertia is pretty good as well. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. So we're just going to watch and wait, see what they do. They block for 3. Okay. That leaks 10. No defense reactions, so we don't have to be worried about the card that I would usually be most worried about here, which is oh, I forgot the name, but the big one that costs that's like blocks for 8 from Arsenal. Okay, and I just realized Civic Steps is probably not a card they want to use against me unless absolutely necessary, because giving me Go Again is something that I want, right? I think Azalea struggles under not having Go Again sometimes, and giving that Go Again is really nice. Okay, so they're gonna bonk me for 6. Do I have Okay, so they have no resources floating. They have one in arsenal. If I take this, where do I go with my turn? If I... So they're at 15, I take 6, I go down to... Thank you very much for the follow, Yavierion93. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't know what is best to do here. Should I just take this? Because I'll play drill shot with 2 buffs. With release attention, and I'll take it. Hands off. Let's put some pressure back on. So I'm 13 to 15. That's good, right? So we're going to Death Dealer, pitching, but right the glide is good as well. If there's an arrow on top, I can dominate it again. But if not, it's kind of wasted. So let's use that one to pitch. And we're going to put a drill shot in arsenal. Okay, see, yeah. So we had the dead eye there. Okay, so this is good though. I just wish I had the resources for this. So I'm going to lace with blood rats, release attention, and then fire a drill shot. That's gonna be for 10. It is blockable, but it'll ask his whole hand, or like 3 cards, 2 cards, or a lot of his equipment. And I don't think he wants to do that. Again, he can't use defense reactions. Crackback is just strong enough to justify it. Good, I'm glad you agree. 7, okay. Is he going to use, yeah, full block? Okay, that's fine. That's fine because he's not very dangerous with 1 card. In all likelihood, it's just going to arsenal this. If he comes at me for 4, I need to think carefully if I'm going to block or not because he does get into an area where if he dominates a turn, he can just as easily kill me as well. Okay, so that's good if I have a 5-card hand with a bolt and shot. I will see what's on top of the deck. Maybe an arrow, hopefully an arrow. Be an arrow. It is an arrow. Cool. That's good. All right, so we're going to Azalea. Put that arrow from our deck into our arsenal, which means it gives it dominate. I don't think the aim counter does anything here, so I'm just going to say no. Then we are going to release the tension. Yes, so that again takes away. This card, I just realized, is really good into Bravo because it does have a lot of defense reactions, and he must be very frustrated that he's not able to use these. Hell yeah, right? 1 crippling crush down. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's gone. That's gone as well. So cool. Inertia, which means he also empties his hand, and then we're going to play a Remorseless. Codex of Frailty is being pitched. 11 dominate. That's what Azalea wants to do. That's exactly what she wants to do. I have to admit, I'm having a great time playing her. this is this is pretty good. When she gets going, going is good. Right, well, let's see what they do in reaction to this. The downside to having this big dominate is that they are going to end their that I'm going to end my turn very likely with them having 4 cards left in hand. So I need to look out for that. There's a significant amount of damage that they can do. They also still have quite a bit of block over here on the side. So they have a total of 3, 4, 6 block still in equipment. So let's not forget about that. They're not actually at 15, they're at 21. Right. So this is something that needs to be kept in mind. Right. Okay. So they're going to use this and then actually put this at the bottom and then come have a 5-card hand. which is less ideal for me. Again, I'm a 15. So I'm going to pass. Now I'm debating if I should Snapdragon Scalers into Death Dealer into Bolt and Shot. I still have a resource floating and one on Feindal. But I think I'd rather put that into Arsenal and then try do a big pop-off turn next turn instead of pushing like a couple more damage here. Because they're probably not going to block. Or if they block with Civic Steps. And then it's just kind of wasted. Yeah, okay, so that's good. I'd rather use them use this here and go down to a 4-card hand than being threatened by a 5-card hand. It's actually Bravo favored by that much. It probably comes down to who can keep up pressure first, right? So if they never establish pressure and I can keep it up, or vice versa. So let's put this in Arsenal. What do we have here? More bolt and shots, lace with frailty. So we could do bolt and shots, lace with frailty, go again, and they're going to dominate me here. Okay. How bad is it going to be? How bad is it going to be? Okay, yeah, that's all good. So they need to, okay, can't draw cards during their next action phase. Okay, so that's 8 dominate. Right, so I can't draw cards. That's fine. That means if I trigger Death Dealer, then that is not going to work, but that's fine. So I'll do Ravenous Rebel into Bolt and Shot with Lace with Frailty. I can then do Death Dealer into another Bolt and Shot. And that's fine, right? So, live a little. Yeah, absolutely, man. You're absolutely right. I think I've been getting probably pretty lucky, and it's very close. They can still easily win here, right? If I can't finish them off, they're one dominate attack away from destroying my game. Okay, so Lace with Frailty. We're just going to do this to give Bolt and Shot go again. Actually, wait. Sorry. Sorry, mate. I should look at the top of my deck first. Okay, so that's another Lace with Frailty. I think we want to keep this on top. Okay, let's do this first. That's 4 guaranteed. So that's going to come for 4. Then we're going to threaten another 5. And then potentially another 4 or 5 if we use bracers here. But it kind of depends if that makes sense at that point. We'll just have to see. Might do, might do. So 4 defense reaction? No. Okay, so they know I have a lace. I think I played that out earlier on, so they know that's coming. Then bolt and shot. That has go again because I gave it more power than its space. That's how that card works in case somebody was wondering. So that's 5 go again. If it hits, reload. So one of the cards will then automatically be put in Arsenal. Now there's a bait if it hits, if I don't want to do that and then trigger Death Dealer, because Death Dealer, it costs 1, but it lets me, it draws a card as well, right? So I could use Feindals to pay for Death Dealer and use that to use Bolt and Shot, and then I have one more card in hand. But that's not going to be relevant this time around because of the on-hit effect of Cranial Crush. So I can't draw cards, right? So that line doesn't make any sense. So I'm just going to actually, I'm going to break braces here. That's probably a mistake, just thinking about it now. But my thinking was that, so it has go again, but I can't oh, I can reload. I can just use feint as oh yes, this is actually yeah. He's gonna let me. All right, so I'll use spring tunic pass. I didn't even realize that. Of course, with that I can give bolt and shot go again. Oh wait, I didn't have to use the tunic counter. Okay, right, because of course reload if it hits. Anyway, you make a mistake, you learn from it, you move on. Right, so that's another 3. He's now at 2. He needs to block. This is actually a very good turn considering everything. Power of bolt and shot, I think, is what this turn should be called. The power of bolt and shot. Okay, that's it. So worst case scenario, they slap me for 4 with Anathos. Okay, so 5. Why 5? Oh, because it would be 6 because of the way, but it has a frailty. Huh, I'm gonna block 1. Does that make sense? I can push 2 sleep dart. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So I'm very happy that I'm not playing against a brute because otherwise I would be worrying about reckless swing. That is not something that I need to be worried about here. So I'm going to pitch Spire. I'm going to load Sleep Dart. I draw a card. Okay. Going to do Lace with Blood Rot. And then Sleep Dart. That basically, yeah. Okay, it could, yeah, I was thinking it could block with his equipment, but if it hits, then he's gonna have to deal with Lace with Blood Rot, and he would probably end up with no cards in hand anyway. So that probably makes sense. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it, but we might have this game. Okay. Yeah, I think we have this. So we'll Azalea. And we even have Snapdragon Scaler still there, right? No. So we're going to Seek and Destroy. But might be that it's not even necessary. Okay. 11 Dominate. Okay. And that's the game. That is the game. It was close though. It was close though. Very cool. So I've actually now won 3 games on Azalea, which moves us to the all-time high in my challenge so far. Loving this. All right, so I think what are our learns here? Okay, I think it's all about, as you said, I think, JS, I'll thank you very much. I think I'll take your advice here. It's all about keeping up pressure. Can easily go both ways. Cool, good. All right, so we're going to do a new thing now. This was something that I was thinking about in the last few days. Every time I win a game, I open a pack from one of the sets of Flesh and Blood. What I want to do moving forward, I want to have multiple sets and I want to give chats the opportunity to say what you want me to open. I don't have that option today. I only have one set. I only have Everfest. I got a very good deal on it, so I got it. So I'm going to just quickly grab the box, and then I'm going to open a pack, and I'm going to see if I hold it in camera, if that actually works, and if that's something that we'll do moving forward. So hold on 1 second while I go grab the box. I'll be back in a jiffy. Yes. Thank you. I did it. And I'm back. So this is a brand new box of Everfest. I actually really like Everfest. Oh, I'm holding it upside down. Everfest. There are a lot of good cards in this set. It's pretty cheap at the moment, but there are so many good cards in this set that are staple nowadays. You have like Swing Big and others I can't think of right now, but I think it's really good. And just if you want to buy a box, if you want to open something up, I think Everfest is actually not a bad one to get. Um, I've also said it, put it in my mind. So first of all, I'm going to take one pack and put it to the side because I want to start a collection for every single Flesh and Blood set. I want to keep one pack. I'll keep it sealed and I'll display it at home. I was at Worlds just a few days ago. That was like what 2 or 3 weeks ago, and with my tickets that I got from playing games there, I bought a alpha pack, and that's what I really wanted. I was like, I have an alpha pack now. Like, how great is that? I'm not going to open it, at least not for a long time. So here we have another pack, and we'll open up and we'll see what it is. I'm going to hold it this way around so you are going to see what it is. I don't know if this is going to work well or not, so bear with me, and we'll see how it goes. I don't actually think I have a view of the camera that is big enough that actually tells me what it is. Okay, Macho Grande. It looks like a red, yes. Um, looks like a ninja card. I can't see from here what it is. Twin Twisters, yeah. Um, something time. That's a wizard card. Timekeepers Within. Yeah. Okay. Can't reckon. Oh, that's a mind something. That's also a wizard's card. Pry. This looks like DM Armada, right? We all agree this looks like DM Armada. If you don't know who DM Armada is, he's a pretty good YouTube creator. I met him at World, so he's a really nice dude. This looks like an Azalea card. Fatigue Shot. Nice cards. What's here? This looks like I think that's a 6 dominate for Mechanologist. Yes, payload in red. This is a staple for Mechanologist. And this is a foil high roller. What do we have here next? Again, I have no. It looks like a talisman or something. Yeah, talisman of recompose. So that's nothing. And then finally, a Runeblood incantation. I'm sorry, guys. That was a big burger of nothing, nothing burger as they call it. But it was fun. It's always fun opening packs. So, right, I think that's something I'll do moving forward. Whenever I get a win, we open a pack and we see what's inside. And I'm thinking about raffling away any good pulls that I open up on stream. We raffled this between the followers, and when we reach a certain threshold, maybe if I get affiliate, um, then we I'll raffle away something special. Or when I have the first, what are you saying? Foil ready to roll. No, that wasn't ready to roll. It was high roller. Ready to roll would be amazing. Ready to roll would be yeah. That would be a good card. Yeah. So I think on my first subscriber or first 10 subscribers or something like that, I recently opened up a Teklo Heart. Is it Teklo Heart? Let me just quickly check. I opened up a Teklo Foundry Heart. I already have one. I don't need a second one. I opened up one in the Bright Lights draft that we did at my local shop mid last week. And I think I'm not quite sure yet at what follower number, at what point exactly we're going to do, but I think I'm definitely going to raffle that away between all of my followers at one point. Um, and I'm going to do it worldwide. It doesn't matter where in the world you are. I'm gonna get you. To you. I promise. I don't care what it costs me to get it to you, but you'll get it, and I'll pack it up nicely, put it in a top loader, make sure it's safe, and it'll get to you. So that's what we'll do. For now, I just want to get to 50 followers. I'd absolutely love that. But I think the main focus of being here is just playing Flesh and Blood. And if I can get some people that enjoy watching me, then that's absolutely fantastic. All right, good. So that was game, let's see, game number 6. We have at least 4 more games to go. I'm going to continue gaming. One other thing that I want to do today, I want to make this the longest stream that I've ever done. So far, I've always ended up streaming around 3 hours, just over 3 hours, just under 3 hours, and I usually end up with the highest viewer count right about that time. So I want to take it a bit longer and see how far we go, just being completely open with you what's going on today. Um, and we'll see if we can get another win and open up another pack. Who knows? It's been going pretty good so far. We're at 3 wins and 3 losses, which is actually amazing. So we'll just queue up and see if we can get another win here. Open out another pack after that. See if we get something spicy. As you mentioned, JS, there is some really good stuff in here. And I think this is also the first set which is paper packs, which I really enjoy, eliminating some of that plastic waste. Um, but yes, I say pulverize, swing big, rain razor, servant and robot. Yeah, it's just there's so much gas in this set. And I think if you look at the recent sets, like this one is like the one that really delivered the most stables for the classes that we have active today. Um, it's so good. I really love this set. I'll try to get a box of Crew. Crew has some really good stuff as well. Cool, good. But before that, we'll hop into the next game against Mr. J Warlock. Hello, Jay. Good luck. Have fun. So, what do we have? We know Levia quite well. She might have a bit of go again. Hey, how's it going? So what do we want to do here? Oh, hey, J Glass, you get that game against me. All right, let's do it. Is this the deck that I played yesterday? Is this the janky Hexagore deck? It might be, right? So, all right, uh, let's go. All right, I'll just play it as it is. You just all right. There's 2 ways to say how this is gonna go, but first we have to dive into this properly, ladies and gentlemen. Fight. Cool. You're just going to Arsenal and pass back to me. Um, right. What do we do here? Um, let's not get intimidated by this. There we have Death Dealer, we have Red in the Ledger. I cannot expect any help from JS on this game, naturally. That would be weird if they were helping me. Um, Codex makes no sense because I have nothing in the graveyard, but I think what is actually quite a good move is just a Red in the Ledger. Okay, cool. So just gonna start with Ravenous for 2. Of course, now we have the blue on top. That's the danger with Ravenous, right? You sometimes you draw into something that's just not gonna work out for you, but that's fine. They're gonna block. Okay. All right. And then we are going to do a red in a ledger. She wants to go white, but she can't really go white right now because she doesn't have anything in the banished zone. That is a very early use of Carrion Husk. So I'm guessing there is some spice in this. There's some good stuff here. So I know, however, that they don't play Blood or Spello. Not unless they changed it since yesterday. So I think that's something good to know here. Okay, so that's coming for 7. Hmm. And what was revealed? A Endless Maw can't be played at the moment. Mark of the Beast, that can be played. Bonyor Marauder can't be played. So they're probably going to play Mark the Beast, and it's going to be a 13 damage turn. Right, so what do we want to do? We want to do a... I don't want to get over eager, right? So we're going to block some of this. I'm not sure if Azalea ever really wants to block a lot, but I don't want to take 13 damage here. Yeah, they're playing Mark of the Beast like I thought. Because what you want to do with Hexagore is you want to fill your banished zone with Blood Deck cards as fast as possible because you otherwise every time you use it, you take damage yourself. And obviously you don't want that. That's not good. You don't want to be doing damage to yourself. You don't want to be Vincent. It's like don't be that. Okay, 6. So down to 30 already. And they got 2 blood deaths. They got 2 cards here. So if they block any of my attacks, then I'll be top. That was bad. Actually, sorry, JS, sorry, shouldn't be doing that. It's bad manners. But I don't. I want to use. Okay, same difference. At least this gave me a chance to see the second card. Even if it's a yellow, I want a red, of course, to get maximum damage. For anyone watching that doesn't know, Ravenous Rebel, you look at the top card, and damage that Ravenous does is minus X, where X is the pitch value of the card you revealed. So if you reveal a blue, it's -3. If it's you reveal yellow, it's -2. If you reveal a red, it's -1. Okay, right now he's just trying to fill his graveyard. That's what they're doing. Is there anything else other than just shooting Remorseless? No, I think that's fine. I'm going to pitch the Codex for 5. They're gonna fully block it. And yeah, this is just them filling their graveyard because every time you cannot banish 3 cards, and one is a 6, she takes damage from the blood that you have here. So you really got to make sure you're keeping on top of that blood debt at all times. And that's not an easy thing. That's easier said than done. Like she's a really interesting hero to play. She got better with the one of the second last set, Dusk Till Dawn, but it's still difficult to keep everything under control. Okay, so on top we have a Premeditate. We're just going to leave this there, but that means we're not going to be able to trigger Azalea to give the next attack Dominate. What we're going to do, however, is we're going to play Deadeye, and we're going to just pitch another... No, we're going to... Yeah, let's do Spire. And then we're going to attack with Bolt and Shot because this has higher value than its base. It can go again. If it hits, I can reload. And I'm going to put a Withering Shot. And then I'm going to... What am I going to do next? So I think they loaded up their arsenal with a lot of their graveyard with a lot of cards. Now they're maintaining a 5-card hand, and they're going to slap me for a lot of damage. So I think a Withering Shot that if they don't block it, giving them a Frailty is actually quite good. Because that lowers the damage of the card in Arsenal, and it lowers damage of the card of the weapon. Although I don't expect them to use the weapon this turn. Okay, so they're just fully blocking. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And I'm going to put my Codex of Frailty. Oh, what are they doing? They're just filtering their hand. Yeah, they're just filling. It's actually, it's you won't normally see Levia being played like this all they're doing is early on filtering their hand and filling up the banished zone. That's all they want to do at this point. It's actually really funny. This is a really interesting way of playing the hero. Ooh, so I actually have a pretty good hand, but oh no, back. JS, what are you doing? So if your name is JS Glassbrook and your name is J Warlock, you have a J in both your names. So my assumption is J is actually your real name. Sorry for doxing you. Okay, we'll just wait for. Okay, right, fine. It's all good. It's all good. I just got some hot chocolate, guys. How amazing is that? Playing Flesh and Blood with friendly people, streaming with friendly people, having a good time on Saturday, and you get hot chocolate. It's like, can it get any better than that? I don't know many ways of how that could be better. And I actually have people that enjoy watching this, which is it's amazing. I think he's trying to do something that either doesn't work the way he thinks it does, or yeah, no worries, no worries, no worries. Cool, good. So we have Art of War. They're gonna banish a card, draw two cards. Yeah, I was actually wondering why he was doing this on my turn, right? That might have been actually why it was so confusing as well. Okay, so what next? Two cards, three cards in hand, two resources. Oof. Six go again. Six is a lot, but but there's no go again here. So how do I best make use of this? So I think I want to get the bolt and shot because the problem is I actually have a pretty card. So with this hand, I don't want a Codex in Arsenal. It's not good. It's definitely not good. So what I'm thinking, what I'm going to do is use Codex of Frailty to get a card out of Arsenal, replace that, or I think wait, so turn of face. So I'm going to Skullbone, right? And if I have a arrow at the top of my deck, we might be able to turn this around. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. That is not an arrow. That is not an arrow. So I'm going to send it to the bottom. So I'm going to have to play the Codex. It's semi-good because they already have something in Arsenal, so they can't put something in Arsenal. I am going to use red in the ledger. I think that's pretty good. I need to give away a card. Um, and then I'm going to lace with inertia. Lace with inertia. Use the spring tunic and come for 11. Now they can fully block it, but then they're left with no cards in hand and no way to turn off Blood Debt. So unless they have multiple defense reactions in their hand here, okay, they're just gonna completely take it. So inertia is not that good if they're just going to plan on playing out their whole hand. Um, but it is 11 damage, and they can't actually play out their full hand because they only have one action. Right, so I'm going to put the bolt and shot in Arsenal. This is good because again with these cards I can um, give it go again. Guys, I'm just going to repeat over and over like some of these basics of these cards I don't know if you guys are sticking around in in the channel for like 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, but I want to make sure that whatever I talk about is as if there's people in here that are pretty new to the game that don't know what's going on and why something is happening. So I want to explain as much as I'm doing what my thought process is and why they see what they see so they can follow the game better than if I just do things in silence and I just assume that everybody knows what I'm doing. Um, I hope that's okay for everyone here in chat. Please be understanding of that. That there's a reason why I keep repeating myself. Okay, so we're going to lace with inertia. We're going to lace with bloodrot. We're going to bolt and shot. That's 10 go again. If it hits, I can reload. I don't think it really matters that much. I really want to go again. Then I want to play. I can have a cute little play. I think how this works. I'm not 100% sure, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I think what I can do is play knock, put something at the top of my deck. Then I play codex, put something in my arsenal, and then I can dominate the card that I put at the top of my deck. Okay, yes. So I'm just going to put this arsenal. I don't think this matters. I'm going to play knock. I'm going to get a zero cost arrow. Zero cost arrow. They have one block remaining here. I think I'm going to do Sleep Dart costs one. That's too bad. Too bad. That would have been very nice to get a Sleep Dart. I'm going to do a Searing Shot. Oh no, I had to. Okay, never mind. So I actually had to. Wait, what happened? No, 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 no. No, wait. Why does that not work? Okay, no, no, no. Wait, so let me repeat that. Ah, okay. Wait. Slow. Searing shot. Pass. I don't have to do that. Okay, yes. Now play this. I put a. It doesn't matter what I put here. I'm just gonna put a bolt and shot, but I get it back into my deck, so it does actually matter. They get to put something in arsenal as well. Sorry, struggling with the right sequence of things. Okay. Maybe they just want me to see me open up another pack, right? Maybe that's all they're doing here. Okay, so now I Azalea. No. And then I'm going to Searing Shot them for 4 dominate. Ah, it doesn't hit. But it's always good to get that block off the equipment. It's always good to get that out of the way. Um, because it might eventually come to haunt. If you're late game and um, you're facing a lot of block on the equipment, that's not what you want to see. So this should be coming for 9 now. I think there was at least 1/6. I like how I gave them one of every single token. So that's 8. So the thing here is I need to deal with Blasphemate. There's really no if and but. So I'm going to need to push this to 6 to deal with that, because otherwise this is going to be a 6 attack every single turn. So that means I can probably, so I need 2, I'm going to put 1 in Arsenal so I can block 6 and just take 2. Yeah, I'm just gonna block 5, take 3. And then on my turn I just have to deal with Blasphemate. That's really you should never leave that around. That's just 6 damage sitting there. I'm gonna have to take it because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to deal with it on my turn. Okay, inertia, frailties. Okay, good. The problem with that is they're gonna have a 4-card hand on them down to 9 life. That is not where I want to be at all. So I'm just gonna play phrase will lace with frailty and use the bolt and shot to attack Blasphemous. It feels really bad, but you know I don't really have any options. If I had a 0 attack here, I could actually attack them back, but or do another attack. But sadly, it is a 1 cost. And I think that was the only other um, arrow that I had in hand, so it wasn't really anything else I could do. Okay. So this might hurt, and I might have to block here with an Art of War turn. They can potentially go pretty wide. I might be okay. So if I can survive this attack, if they have no go again, what is my turn going to look like? So I can Azalea off the top to see what it is. I can Sleep Dart. I have all reds, but I'm gonna have a resource. So I'll Sleep Dart and relay. So Sleep Darts, Snapdragon Scalers, load load something. Ah, crap. 7 go again. Oof. Yeah, that's not good. But if I can, I need to do Sleep Darts. And the good thing about that is they need to block it. If they don't block it, then they have their hero abilities turned off. If they have their hero abilities turned off, that means that they can't turn off Blood Dead. And if they can't turn off Blood Dead, they just die. So it's still pretty good. And I can use the Tunic counter to play that. So let me just check what's on top of my deck first. It's always good to know. Maybe I can dominate something nice. So that's a bolt and shot. I mean, that's good, but I don't think that's helpful right now. I can do a Azalea into that. No, it's good. No, it's good. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll be able to dominate it. Pass. Nope. Release attention. Pass. No defense reactions. No defense reactions is really good because I am at reckless swing level. I completely forgot they run reckless swing. So this is going to come in for 7 dominate. If they can't block it out, which they are unlikely to do, I'll be able to reload. That brings them down to 4. Sleep Dart goes into Arsenal. I'm going to use Spring Tunic to shoot Sleep Dart for 5. And if it hits, then they die. I think that's what we all want. Okay, so 5 to 3, gonna take 2. Their ability, they probably need to keep 3 cards because otherwise they can't turn it off. But the problem is, oh, I have released attention again. That's really good. Okay, Art of War, that's not good for me. They're going to put a card, banish a card, draw 2. 7 dominate. Okay, I think I'm out of options here. So I can block. I'm dead. I'm dead. Because I can block 1, I can block 2, I can block 5, and that's it. Great game. So close. If he can't dominate that, I think that this could easily go my way. But again, I locked into two release attentions here. So yeah, that was great. Yeah. Release attention, right? So I almost had you. I almost had you. Almost had you. I need to pass today win. That felt great. That was good fun. Roland on hits. Cool, good. Thanks for the game. All right. So we are now up to, if I count correctly, we're up to game 7. We have 3 more games to go on Azalea. We might even want to start thinking about what the next game is. I'd love to open up another pack of Everfest. I got them sitting right here, an almost full box, but I didn't win the game. So this pack will need to stay closed for now. So we'll see what happens next. We'll see if we can get another win. Um, yeah, absolutely. I hope you do well for on the Blitz skirmish. When is it? Do you have it tomorrow? Although it's hard to compare CC to Blitz, right? They're completely different beasts. Do you think today at 2 p.m.? Awesome, right? I mean, good luck with that. I hope you do really well. Come back, let us know how it went. I'd be keen to hear how you did. I hope you take it all. I believe you can do it. All right, do. We are ready for game number 8. Hexagore level? I mean, so you're actually thinking of playing the meme deck instead of actually playing something that would actually do well. I'm I mean it depends if you just want to have fun or if you want to win. And I think those are two very different things. Like you can have fun winning, but it just kind of depends on what attitude you bring to the table. And I actually have a lot to say about that, right? So let me just oh no, they're disconnected. So I have a bit more time, right? So I have a bit of a pet peeve with these pro players that saying, "Oh, playing Flesh and Blood is just a lot of fun, right?" And going to a tournament for me, it's not about winning; it's about having fun. It's like, yeah, dude, that's a good point, but you have to realize if you win the majority of your games, you are going to have more fun than somebody that loses the majority of their games, right? You just have to understand that there's a difference there. And a lot of the enjoyment that you have, yes, of course, it's not necessarily the winning, but you have to understand that winning is fun and the enjoyment that you're getting out of this playing this game at a high level very well in part is because you keep winning because you're good at the game, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think there are people who say, oh, you shouldn't feel bad about losing, and it's all about the fun, and it's not that simple. It's just my take, and that's like I try to stay positive. I try to have fun, right? But you also want to do well. You want to win, right? You want to be at those top tables. You want to go reach a final. You want to achieve something because it's a very competitive game and it attracts those kind of people. So you can get frustrated if the day just doesn't go your way, right? You roll 2 ones in a row and you know it's over. You pair into a matchup that's just really bad for you that you know is always not a loss. So I think people got to understand. Yes, it's about fun. Never forget about that. But also, the winning part is a large part why you're having fun. Okay, so getting that out of the way, we're going to maximize our screen estate here, and we're going to Go for it. Cool. So Phi, let's get back in the mindset here. What do we need to do to win this game? We need to tax their hand. So one of the things that we can do here is shoot a sleep dart or shoot a remorseless. I think I'm going to. So the thing is, this is turn one, right? So there's a good possibility that they're just going to be able to block everything. But let's see what else we get into it. I'm going to try a sleep dart here. Okay, so premeditate and sleep dart is going to go up to 8. If they have a couple of non-blocks or just 2 blocks in their hand, this could actually be pretty good for us. But we'll see. Alternatively, I'll just put the remorseless into arsenal for next turn. Pitch remorseless. Ooh, I already made the mistake. um, he's gonna take it. Okay. All right. I'll put a. Okay. Why are you a viewer? No, do you just want me to open up a pack? Because otherwise, I can't really explain why you would just take that. Okay. Um, just gonna, I will just ignore remorseless. Okay. Yeah, Levia is actually she is a good hero. I think the bad part comes from her variants, right? That you have to deal with. But she is a good hero, especially with that 6 block in Blitz. That's like that's another third of your life just on top of it. Like that is really hard to get through. Fly is allergic to blocking. Yeah, I realize that, but the question is, do I want to block? So what do we have here? So we have one buff. So we might want to block because we're not going to be able to fully utilize our hand anyway. So we're going to be doing bolt and shot, go again, loading remorseless. No, I think I'm just gonna or right in the ledger actually. I'll just I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. At least he's not gonna be able to get a Phoenix Flame because his hero ability should be turned off. But I don't see an effect here. So did I? Sifter hits a hero, they lose all hero card effects and they've activated the abilities until the end of the turn. So this should be on. Slide into RTL. Yeah, yeah. But I need to get the yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So basically, bolt and shot, read the glide path into red of the in the ledger. So and I will need one resource to do it. So I'm going to no, just take it. Let's just take it for now. Once again, thank you everyone for being here. I'm not sure if I'm saying that way too often, so I apologize if I do. Please let me know if I do. If you like what I'm doing here, then please give me a follow. That would definitely make my day. Okay, so mask, card banished. Okay, E-strike. Okay, all right. This is gonna be a bit bigger than I anticipated. Yeah, draw a card. That makes sense. Why does it have go again? All right, fine. Okay. We'll just continue down this path. I'm committed now, which is probably one of the worst mistakes you can make. Um, you know, oh my God, this is actually a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. Does he have that thing that's actually pretty massive for a 4 card turn? Okay, so let's look at what's on top here. I do think that's the way to do it. Okay, fine. Skullbone cross wrap. Come on. Let me see what I have at the top of my deck. Let me see. I might start turning a bit crazy here. So, bitrate is still fine. Okay, so all right. So we're not going to dominate that, but we're going to do read the glide path into bolt and shot. I could have bottomed it and then try again, but we'll just leave it here for now. It's a bolt and shot. I don't expect a block here. It would be weird if they blocked. You never know. They might have a really bad hand and they might be blocking. But 6, and then we're going to red in the ledger. Yeah, you're right. I could have used Spire to block, right? Spire sniping, because I don't need that card. Um, it's just kind of dead card. However, if I use this to pitch now, I can start with a 5 card hand again. I have something in arsenal, so I guess there's something to be said both ways of playing it. The question is if it was worth taking as much damage as I did. Okay, so 5, and they're going to block that. Yes. I'm glad they're using Ancestral. That's a very, very annoying card. You think you blocked and then they're just going to put it one on top. Okay, so wait, do I was just thinking, I'm very tempted to just use Snapdragons here, use Death Dealer. Actually, never mind. I'm going to do that. I am going to do that. Let's put some more pressure on him. Okay. Uh, this because using Death Dealer will give me another card that I can put in Arsenal, so I can start my turn with a 5 card hand, and I think that's really what I want. It's a bit early to use this, but I don't know how many turns I will have against a Fi. And this means that every action card they play knocks them down 1 damage. Okay, so that's gonna be a 1. This one I'm gonna take. If I block, so I'm going to damn. Okay, so that's a 1. Do I risk taking this? Do I risk taking this? No, I don't think so. I have to block. Hey, good luck. Good luck for your tournament, mate. Thank you very much for being here for the last 2 hours. I really appreciate you being here. It was great seeing you again. And I look forward to hearing how your tournament went. Let me know. Okay, so 2 more cards. I'm gonna need somebody else helping me now. Ah, okay, 2. Okay, crap. So they can continue going white now. And they might actually be able to trigger mask. So if I do glide, I need a resource to load. So I can block another. So this is for 3. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that hit. I know they can draw. Yeah. Oof. All right. Yeah, that's good. And then they're gonna break scalers and do another attack. Oof. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Yeah, okay. All right. We'll see if we can recover this. That's a huge amount of damage right there. Let's see what we have at the top of our deck. Might be something interesting. I can see that my light here is giving up. So this is at the top. Okay, good. We'll leave this at top. I am going to Azalea. Yeah, my light is giving up, so it might get a bit dark for a minute. After this game, I'm going to put in a little intermission, and I'm just going to um, fix the light as soon as I can, so bear with me. Um, okay, so that's for 7, dominate, go again. Reload the Bolton shot. I'm going to use bracers to give it go again, then play Codex. And I think I have a big turn as well. So I'm going to just no, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to do it after the game. The lighting is not too bad, right? It's okay. It's doable. Ah, all right. No reload for me, he says. Okay. I mean that's good, but it doesn't really change much here. I'm going to use that. Put a Bolton shot. Okay. So that's Bolton shot for 6. Okay. Um, I'm going to put a codex here. Oh, I wish I had one more resource. Think I could put red in the ledger, right? I can't do that now. The only thing I can do is another red Bolton shot. Okay, all right, let's have some of that hot chocolate. I hope I'm not going to burn myself. Still feels very hot. I think I'm going to open this up. This thermos bottle is very, very good, so it just keeps it hot forever. Good thinking here for my partner to close it, but yeah, I want to make sure. Put it here, put it here. Should be fine. Okay, so Bolton shot for 4. It's good that I gave them a frailty because that means the Kodachis are out of commission for the next turn. I don't have to worry about them going that wide. So there's actually a chance that I might reel this back in. So run in Renegade for 1. Don't care. That's fine. The question is how wide can they go? They're going to go for 7, right? Well, 6. Yes, and I'm going to do 4-4. 4-4 sleep dart. Yeah. Seek and destroy, load, sleep dart. Okay. I think I have this. I don't want to jinx it. I'm taking a lot of damage here to gamble that I have this. But I'm feeling pretty confident about this. As confident as I think I can be. So we'll see. We'll see. 6. Okay. All right. So let's see what's at the top of the deck. First thing, let's do that. That is a lace with blood rot. That's good. We'll keep that there because that means the next 2 Ravenous Rebel attacks that I'll do are going to do 4 damage each. And he's at 4 life. He needs to block. It's that simple. A lot of his cards only block for 2, which again in turn is good for me. Because I'm probably able to almost pull the full hand out here. And then I'm going to do release the tension. Death Dealer, using Seek and Destroy. I was off. I didn't realize this is a 1 cost, but the good thing is that I'm actually able to, I'm going to draw a card. So no matter what. So I'm going to Sleep Dart, and that's going to be for 8. And this is very likely the game. 5. It's just enough. It's just enough. GG. Very close. Like most of FAB games, right? Most of the FAB games are very, very close. Good. So I think just to wrap this up, I'm gonna say racing can work. Racing can work. So key. Right. Okay. Good. All right, so I'm going to send you quickly to the Be Right Back screen, but don't you worry, I'm here. I will stay with you here. Don't panic. I'm just going to quickly fix my lights. I'm running a bit of a improvised setting because I don't want to fully commit to buying any gear. I really enjoy this, but streaming gear is expensive, and I don't really want to be spending a lot of money on it if I don't know if I'm going to stick around. I have some gear that I used for some dabbling I did with YouTube stuff not too long ago, so I'm just going to use all of that while I can, and I'm just going to put the lights back here. So the difference is that the lights that I'm using, usually you plug them in and they stay on forever, but the lights that I'm using are actually run on battery. So I need to change them every now and then. But that should be all good. I should be back in action. I'm just going to send you back to the live stream. We're back. Awesome. And I have everyone still here. A round of applause for that win. Well done. Well done. Um, good. So we are now actually very good in the running. So we still have 4 losses, 4 wins. Is this going to be the first hero in the challenge where we're going to walk away with a positive win-loss record? It's already by far the hero that we did the best with. Like, I have no 4 wins with the other 3 heroes that I played so far, which are Uzuri, the new Prism, and Bravo, in my challenge to get better at Flesh and Blood in an attempt to qualify for Pro Tour Amsterdam. That's the whole reason why I'm here. That's why I'm streaming, because I want to play 10 games of every single hero. I expect not to be living legends by the time the next ProQuest season rolls around. And I'm doing it because I think I can learn a lot from playing the heroes that I often play against and understand what kind of their power turns look like. So we're now at hero number 4. There in total are 20 heroes which are legal, or 21 with Kasai that we know about, but that's not playable. So I have loads of still to play. So if you want to see me continue in this challenge, then please give me a like. We won a game, and since today I decided every time I get a win with one of these heroes, I'm going to open a pack. I just got a box of Everfest today. It's the only sealed product that I have at the moment. So what we're going to do is we're just going to open up another pack of Everfest and see if we get something spicy in here. I'm going to show the cards into the camera, so you're going to see a lot better than what I see. I can just see it from a little screen. Um, Thank you very much for following me, Bioni Thick. Thank you very much. So we have I believe this is a wild ride. It is a blue wild ride. This looks like a twin twister. That is correct. That is a red twin twister. What do we have here? I can't tell, but it looks like another. Yes, Waxon, I was going to say another ninja card. This looks like a guardian card. I don't remember what it says, but I think it blocks for 4. Yes, prevent the next 4 damage. This is a token, I think. This is just a seismic token. Seismic search. Not sure what says in there. This is a ranger card of some type. Don't know exactly what it's called. It's Timidity Point. Yeah, that doesn't find a lot of play. Oof, this one is a hard one. I can't identify what that is. So I'm just gonna have a look. Drowning Dire. Yeah, that's very dark, so it's hard to tell. Um, Not sure. This looks like a another Guardian card. Rotary Ram. So I was way off. This is a mech card. That's a foil card, a blue. Doesn't see a lot of play. This is the weapon for our Icelander, and I think Kano sometimes runs it as well. Frick! It's actually, oh my god, it's a cold foil. So this is our cold foil. It's a majestic. That's not bad for a second pack. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll tell you what. Once I reach 50 followers, I will raffle this between everybody that follows me at that point. So I'm gonna put this aside. Keep me honest. I'm going to raffle this card away. And finally, we have a blue release attention. All right, so that's the second pack. Follow me if you want to be part of that raffle whenever it happens. I'm sneaking up on that magic mark of 50 that I want to reach to get affiliate. I mean, I don't know if that's going to ever do something for me, but I just, it's something to aspire to. So we'll do it. Let me just send you quickly to be right back screen so I can actually take a note of what I just promised you. I'm sure somebody's going to be in stream when that happens and reminds me, but I'm just going to take a note of it anyway. Well, I actually realized this is Kraken's Ether Win. I confused it with the other weapon. It's not the one that I meant, but yeah. I'm going to raffle it away anyway, and it's a cold foil majestic. Who doesn't want a cold foil majestic? That's a nice card to have. Almost done here. Almost done. Just bear with me. I promise you we will be right back to games in a second. Good. Notes are taken. Screen has changed. We are good. One round of applause for pulling a cold foil. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Good. All right. So let's get back to the action. Let's close this. We're going to load back in on Talishar. We are going to tell people that we're streaming this so that people know that they're going to be on stream, and if they don't want to be on stream for whatever reason, they can avoid joining up against me. If you're in chat and you want to play against me, please feel free to queue up. Just don't stream snipe. Okay, Ninja again. So after Phi, we have our dear OG, Katsu. I don't think I'm going to sideboard at all. I'm just going to use the same exact deck I played against Phi. Right, we're going to maximize the screen. We're not going to forget this time, and we're good to go. Good. Okay, so red in the ledger is really good against Katsu as well. Katsu wants to go really wide. If they're restricted to just one attack, that's really not where they want to be. But also, this is turn one, so there's a good possibility they might just block out everything. So I'm going to Death Dealer, pitching the Withering Shot. And then I'm going to Deadeye, pitching the Searing Shot, and I'm going to Bolton Shot. I think I probably played this a bit wrong. I think I should have pitched the yellow. Oh, they don't know what they want to block with. They're going to take. Okay, so I mean, yeah, I can put it here, but it doesn't matter. I don't have resources to play it anyway. But I'm off to the races. I have 2 damage in, and I'm 1 subscriber away from 50. Yes, from 30. From 30, of course. Hot chocolate. Who doesn't like hot chocolate on a cold day? I tell you, it's very cold where I live today. It was close to 0 degrees Celsius, which is very unusual for these parts. So we're just going to start off with a Kodachi. I think we take that. So thinking ahead, what are we going to do? We're going to Ravenous Rebel into Red Ledger. So we need to keep at least 1 resource. So we can block with 2 cards here if we want. Okay, so this is actually not ideal, but I think we can make it work. Because we definitely want to keep we want to keep that red in the ledger. I think that's one of the key cards in this matchup. I've actually seen Katsu's run Pummel. I was thinking about that. Do I need to be worried about Pummel? The thing is, yes, I probably need to be worried about that because there's some weird decks out there. You never know what somebody brings to Talishar to try out. So Remorseless, I think this is our friend J.S. Glassbrook just mentioned earlier on that that is probably a better late game card, so we're sending this to the bottom. So we're going to just, should we, Ravenous, should we push more damage? Yeah, the thing is, I was thinking maybe just play the Ravenous first for 4 damage and then go into Red the Ledger, but I think playing a Secret and Destroy and then playing the Red Ledger, pitching the Ravenous is probably better because they need to do more to block it. Right? They can just let the 4 go, and then the 5 is much easier to block than if it's 8 here. So yeah, they full block because if they let it hit, what are they going to do? So they might as well fully block it out. They're not going to have a turn, but otherwise they're going to take damage and still not have a turn. All right, so what do we have now? So this is just going to be Kodachi. I'll take the 1. So what do we want to do? We want to play knock, right? We want to play knock, put an interesting card at the top of our deck, but we don't have anything here, so we can do instead Bolt and Shot, Death Dealer, Bolt and Shot, Lace with Frailty. Right, okay, so I'm gonna let this hit. I mean, what else? They might hit me again, but then they end their turn without an arsenal. Okay, 4. If it hits, they get go again. Fine, I'll take it. I might be a bit too flippant, and this might come bite me in the ass. Um, yeah, so they're going to check what it is. They decided to. How does this work? Priest Rider. Okay, yeah. Okay, this was actually quite a decent turn for them, considering how many cards they had. Okay, I'm going to use Feindals to do Death Dealer to load the Bolton shot. Interesting. And then we can Lace with Frailty, Lace with Blood Rot, Bolton shot. Okay. So that should allow reloads, or maybe not. So it's 7. They're blocking 7. It's still going through. It's not going through. Right, nice. But I do have go again. But I can't load. So, but I can do knock the death whistle. Does this do anything? Search your deck for an hour, reveal it, then shuffle your deck and put it at the top of your deck. So it doesn't do anything because I can't put it into my arsenal anyway. That was a very good hand that they had to block this out. I think that's something you need to keep in mind. Katsus can play quite tanky. Not what you are used to seeing, especially when you think about heroes like Fi. But yeah, they play quite tanky sometimes. Okay, so with 3, I'm not going to block that. They have only 1 card left in hand. I am taking quite a bit of damage here, so I need to be careful not to keep doing that. But I think at the moment we're still fine. Azalea lives off her big turns as well, so you want to be quite aggro quite a lot of the time. Oh, okay, this is beautiful. So I'm going to leave this. I'm going to try and give it Dominate. So I'm going to Azalea. This puts it at the top. That puts it in my arsenal and it gives it Dominate. Then I'm going to play. No, I'm going to play Release Attention. That means they can't block with defense reactions. Then I'm going to play Red in the Ledger. And I'm going to pitch a knock. So this is coming for 8 Dominate. And I can use Rain Razors to give it +2 damage if they find a way to block it. But ideally, I probably don't want to do that at this point. I just want to let this ride. Yeah, the 2 damage doesn't really do much. But I also end the turn with cards in my hand, especially a 2 that doesn't block, and I think I'm just going to pop it on top here anyway. Not ideal what you want to do with that card. You want to do it on a turn where you can attack with 2 arrows to get some extra damage in. But yeah. Well, I think he accidentally passed. Okay. All right. I'm not sure why they want to pass here. Okay, I don't want another knock. Okay. So we'll put an arrow at the top of the deck. Okay, we'll use another red in the ledger. Right, okay, so where are we here? We don't have anything to buff it, so the only way that I can make sure No, wait. Um, no, 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 no. It's actually not a very good turn now that I think about it. So we're going to do Death Dealer. We're going to pitch Remorseless because I have no buffs, right? So wait, why didn't that? Oh, no, I pressed the wrong button. I think fatigue after 3 hours, fatigue might be starting to get to me a little bit. That's fully my bad. That's 5 dominate. Okay, that's pretty good still. Are they just gonna give me the win? What's happening here? Are they so confident in their game? Okay. All right. What's happening here? I'm confused. So either they need to leave, or they're frustrated, or a combination of the two, or maybe they want me to win because they want me to open up another pack. I don't know, to be honest. Oh, I did the I did the wrong thing again. I gotta pay more attention to what's going on. It's getting a bit. I made 2 very bad mistakes right now, so it's getting a little bit embarrassing. Oh, they seem to have committed to not blocking, so I don't even know what's going on at this point. I mean, if I'm happy for them to quit if they're not wanting to play the game out. Maybe they're gonna do something this turn. Yeah. Okay. All right. But do they have some weird one-turn kill strategy? Not gonna block this. I'm at 30, so I might, and they're gonna lose a life every time they play a card, so I might just want to take everything to the face here. Okay, so 4 card hand remaining, 4 damage with go again. I'm at 26 life. They broke Brace Riders. Don't know why they did that because it already had go again. No, is somebody understanding what they're doing here? Because I don't. Yeah, sure. Because what do I want to do? So I'm thinking about should I block the mask trigger, right? So I want to do this. Okay. They wanna. Are they going to do the thing where I'm not going to have a face anymore? No, right? Ah, fuck. Oh, oops, apologies. That a curse word just slipped out. I mean, I don't know what the age of my viewers are. I don't particularly look after making sure it's appropriate for kids, but at the same time, you know, you don't want to curse willy-nilly for nothing. Just so you know, I did in fact burn my tongue a little bit, drinking my hot chocolate here, but that's fine. Okay, good. How much am I actually in danger of dying here? No, I don't think so, but he's gonna bring me down very low. Okay, 3. Okay, we'll take 3 more. I mean, if they don't just pass 2 turns to me, this is a very different game, right? Okay. Is this still... How many of these can he play from Arsenal? From Banished? 1? All of them? That was massive. That was very impressive. That was very nicely sequenced. Okay, so this is on top. We're gonna keep it on top. I only have 1 arrow here, so we're gonna do pass. Yeah, remorseless hurt. Okay. Actually, let's give this +1. Let's go all out here. 11. Gonna push it to 12. So I have 1 card. Okay. Card discarded. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We're gonna have to do Death Dealer, pitching, Aspire, sniping. So this time I actually press the right button. So that's a good start. We're gonna put Bolt and Shot in here. We're going to release the tension. Then we're going to load with inertia, lace with inertia, and then we're going to do Bolt and Shot. That's going to get go again and reload. Ah, crap! It doesn't have reload. Okay. Mm, nothing else I can do. But I can put a card in Arsenal that makes sure I can check 4 dominates this turn. But this has to be the turn, right? This has to be the turn. So he now has a 5-card hand. You know, with the Kodachis, it can get out of hand pretty damn quick. You need to be really careful. So we're going to release the tension, premeditate. Again, this is, first of all, it's going to be a pretty big attack. Second of all, if he doesn't want me to reload, he needs to block 10 here. And what is he doing? So 9. Let it hit, please. Cool. Because the problem is, if I have to pay, I have 2 arrows that cost, and I wouldn't probably would have not have the resources to do anything after that. But I think this is the game. This is the win. GG. That was amazing. Applause for our opponent. All right. The reason I win here is because okay, pass. Yes, I'm going to skip Arsenal because I win here because there's no way you can get rid of Blood Rot, so it takes 2 damage. And we have officially a positive win-loss record with this hero, the 4th hero in the challenge. I'm actually quite amazed. I'm actually quite amazed that we managed to get it here. Um, and on top of that, if we go to the full 10 games, there's actually no way we can get a negative record here. Um, that's pretty awesome. I'm very, very happy with that. I didn't think learning these heroes that was going to be something I can achieve. Now, you know what's going to come next because we just won that. We open another pack. We see another pack of Everfest. See what's inside this. See if we get another Majestic or maybe something even spicier. Although in the last pack we got a cold foil, so you know I'm not sure if we can beat that. So we get a blue wild, right? I looked at that from the top. I think that is it's a ninja card, rail right to tailwind. Okay. This is the same guardian card that we had before. Steadfast, but I think we had a blue before. It's probably more playable. I think if I can see this correctly from my mini camera that where I'm looking at myself, I think this is a the the brute card that is non-block that gives you +2 if you discard a 6. I forgot the name. Yes, Bearfangs, but blue. Bearfangs red is a staple. This is a mech card, I think. Zoom in, yes. Also, don't see that a lot of play. Um, this looks like it's purple. That's all I can see from here. So this, I'm thinking, is a Runeblade card. It is Reek of Corruption. Good. Um, honestly, from my perspective, I have no idea what this is. It looks red. Could be a warrior card. No, it is a wizard card. Okay, on to the next. That's another Pry, Mr. DM Armada. This time in foil and yellow. Sorry for the reflection there. I'm trying to. This looks like another amulet. Nobody plays amulets. That's actually talisman. And finally, we have something else that I can't tell what it is. Shimmers of Silver. Actually, that finds play in New Prism. So third pack, second Majestic. And again, right, this is a card that is played, and it's just one of those good cards in this set. This is even after all this time, Everfest is a really good set. There's so many playables in this set. It's actually quite amazing that you can have a set and what is it like almost 2 years later where you still have cards in the set that are playable and that that sell quite well if you want to sell them. I got this set for pretty cheap. I think about half price what it would have been at release. So I'm very happy with this. And we've opened some good cards already. We have a lot more cards to go. If we win another game, we can open up another pack. But we'll see how it goes. We'll jump into what may be our last Azalea game. So you might want to think of what do we go do from here? What do we play after this? What hero should I play? Is there a deck or a hero that you want me to play? Let me know, and I'll happily give it a try. Just link me the deck in chat, and I'll have a look. Gotta stay hydrated. Make sure you get all that liquid. We just reached the 3 hour mark. And I can definitely feel some fatigue playing these games. I do try to focus. I'm not sure how it would go if I was playing a video game. Maybe it's just because I'm not used to streaming, or if it's because I already streamed almost 2 hours this morning. Then I had to take care of some stuff, and it's been a pretty long day already. But I'm definitely ready to play some more games. Um, I'm not sure what we can play next. What's on the list? Let's see. What do we have here? My decks. So obviously we're not going to play Reinar. Reinar is my main. I do have a skirmish coming up next weekend, just basically across the road. And I love that I have an LGS just across the road. I'm not gonna lie, it was one of the reasons that we moved into the area, that we knew there was an LGS here, and we love board games, we love card games. So one of the reasons why we're here. And I think in the days leading up to that skirmish, I'm going to play the odd game of Reinhardt just to freshen up a little bit on the split stick. And I think this is just going to be the deck that I play. So we've played Uzuri, we've played Azalea, we've played Bravo, and we've played Prism. All right. So we'll need to see where we go from there. There's a couple here I have a little experience on, so I want to ideally avoid them. Uh, so this is a non-game. So actually, I think I should redo all the games which are Kano games because, come on, Kano games don't count, right? I was like, what are you going to do against Kano? I was like, it's not a game. There's no fun to be had here. Well, maybe for the Kano, but I don't think AB2 will cut it. I say let's see what we can do here. I think the game that I played, it was Uzuri. It was impossible. It was just an auto loss, like 2 or 3 turns over. The last game that we had today on Kano actually went quite close. They did 33 damage in 1 turn. If they hadn't done that, maybe there's actually a scenario where I could have won it. So we'll see how it goes. I did get told earlier on by JS Glass that I should probably have gone second. Did I get the choice here? Did I choose to go first? If so, I made a mistake. All right, we'll see. We'll push this as far as we can and hope that they either need to fully block so they can't do any shenanigans or take all the damage and we just put them down immediately to much lower where they are. And the more that we push them into a corner earlier, I think the faster this is basically a race, right? The faster it goes, the we'll see what happens. Okay, so that's one of the options. They're just gonna do their thing. Also, I just wanted to play out energy potion. That makes sense. Start turn one of your real game with an energy potion out. That's a very good start to the game. Energy potion, and I'm not a big Kano player. I've actually never played Kano. I've never played any wizards in Flesh and Blood. So if you want to torture me, ask me to play Kano. But I'll need a lot of support. I'll happy take on the challenge, but it's probably going to be one of my worst heroes ever. I have no idea how the combo works. I do know, however, that Energy Potion is pretty crucial to that play. So that's something that I do know. And I think it's just the additional resources that you need to make that happen. Okay, so we get out of turn one without anything happening to us. That's good. They have a Blood Rot, they have an Inertia. They don't care about Inertia, doesn't do anything. But the Blood Rot is it's damage. So I think we just ignore what they do and we just send it. What can we do to send it? What is the best case scenario here? It's probably, it's not the best hand. So do we think infecting shot? So reading the glide path into infecting shot. I think so. And we'll just see what we get off the top of the deck with Death Dealer. If we get a good fourth card, I hope we get a card. Nah, it's not good. I wanted something like this, an action that gives my next attack more damage. That's what I was hoping for. Knock is good in the sense that it allows me to actually use my AB quite a bit. So if they're going to do something on my turn here, so they can destroy. Let's keep this on top. That'll be good for our next turn. And then we just do an infecting shot. That's 8, potentially 10. They do have a lot of blue cards, so if they want to mitigate that, that's an option. But they probably feel like they're not going to block here. They're just going to let me do my thing, and then when they've got their setup, they're going to attack and they're going to just try and kill me in one turn. Okay, so they're going to go ahead and do the good. Again, the good thing is I do have a blue, so that lets me mitigate 2 to 3 arcane damage depending if he splits it. So just do 2. I have 1 floating still. And preventing early is probably one of the better things you can do against Kano. Except for in their kill turn, where it's important to AB the right cards that then I don't know what they're called, but they give their next attacks X additional damage, where X is what the card itself did. So it can really get out of hand really quickly. Forgot to put this full screen, so sorry about that. And I also forgot to do this, but we'll do it now. Okay, right. So we're gonna put this at the bottom, put a searing shot there. That's just gonna drop. And we can check the top of our deck and see if there's something spicy there that we can dominate. Although I don't think it makes a lot of difference because they're probably not going to block it either way. So if we have something here or not, doesn't really matter. So this is a release attention. I'm going to keep this on top because I'm going to go into Ravenous Revel, and that checks what is on the top of the deck, and that guarantees that it's going to be a 4, so that's the maximum that you can get average of a Ravenous Rebel. So that's 4, go again. They're just going to take that, that was expected. And I think they're going to keep taking this. I might have a potential kill here if they don't block anything. And they are then going to try and kill me from 32, which is a possibility with Energy Potion there. Depends what they have in their hand, but it is possible. Cool. All right. Thank you everyone for being here in chat, watching this. It's very motivating to know that people are interested in what I'm doing here. So we're going to release the tension, and then we're going to seek and destroy. Pass. And then we're going to do searing shot, and that is coming for 10. Right, and I think this is actually the turn where we then break Snapdragon Scalers, use the Spring Tunic counter to do Death Dealer to do Bolt and Shot on top of that for another 4. Yeah, they're reconsidering. I think you need to reconsider because if you don't block here, you're dead. But E-Potion, 3 cards, is that enough? I don't think it is. We might be opening another pack, and we might be walking out of this challenge with a winning record. That would be quite amazing. So we're just going to let them do their thing. We're at 32. I'm quite confident that with this hand, they cannot kill me. I think they're just trying to freak me out so I don't play that last card. They know this is still here. They know I can go deeper with this. They're just trying to get me to AB so I don't play the full power of my turn. But we'll see. We'll find out pretty soon if I'm right or wrong here. Okay. So this is going down now. Let it hit. Searing shot hits. I mean, at this point, they're gambling everything on this turn, right? Because if they're letting this hit, it does an additional damage. So they either kill me here or they're dead. But they're not going to do 28 damage, are they? They're not going to do it 28. Please tell me they're not going to be able to do 28. Blazing Ether is a key part of this turn. How much have they done? They've done 4. They've done 4 so far. So that's not enough. I think their hesitation here shows that we probably have them. But we'll find out very soon. We're just waiting for you. What are you doing? Are they conceding? Okay, Spellfire Cloak, they're still going. This might still be death for us. Might still be death for us. Okay, now we're in danger. Okay, I'm just going to prevent one. I think we're fine, right? I don't know the math on this, to be honest. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, that's it. GG. All right, that was actually easier than I was anticipating. So, we did it. We're walking away from the Azalea part of the challenge with a positive win-loss record. Honestly, I wouldn't have thought it going in. I wouldn't have thought it. I'm positively surprised. And it shows I think she's one of the better decks in the meta. So we have 1-1 in the mirror. We won against Bravo, 1-1 against Phi, 1-1 against Kano, a win against Katsu, although they probably gambled too much. Teklo, a win, and then we lost against Levia. Levia was very close as well. I think they were down to 1 life, and it was really, really close. Awesome though. That was really good. So we are now. I think did we play all these games today? We played the whole 10 games today. And I don't have that math wrong, right? We are at 10 games. Results 10. We are. That deserves another applause. We are opening another pack. Let's see if we get more goodies from this box. So that's right, the tailwind, I can tell. If the picture is not very good, let me know. It's looking pretty good on my monitor here, so it should be okay. So this is another same brook card from before, Bear Fangs, exactly. Not sure on this one. A Kolaskish Mirage or something like that. Wild Rides, Red Wild Rides, good cards. I run that card in my Cheetah deck. That is the 6 Dominate payloads. Actually, it's 4 Dominate because it's a blue, it's 6. Skull something? Thrill of the Skull form. Next one, no idea. Veiled Intentions. I don't see that seeing play. This is one of the better cards for Prison as well. I see play of that. Another playable. And Pierce Reality. It's in foil. Very nice card. Oof. This is... Oh, Brick-Brack Knick-Knack? Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack? Knick-Knack Brick-a-Brack. So there is a bit of speculation with all the gold mechanics that are coming into play with heavy hitters that this might actually be a card that is going to see play finally. And I've been seeing people asking me if am selling some. So we have another Majestic. So that's 4th pack, 3rd Majestic. And we have a Bravo token, which also is a Majestic. For some reason, Bravo, Star of the Show, is a Majestic token. I'm not a fan of Majestic tokens for heroes. I don't think heroes should come as Majestic. I don't think you want to restrict heroes in that way. but that's just my personal opinion. So thank you everyone for being here. I do think I'm ready for a couple more games. As I mentioned, the challenge that I'm doing is 10 games with every single hero that I'm not used to playing in an attempt to get better at the game and qualify for Pro Tour Amsterdam. That is the declared goal. I've never won anything above a Armory. I've placed top four in a ProQuest. I placed top four in a skirmish. I placed top four in a Road to Nationals. I did all right for what I consider all right at Nationals. I came in 40th, and I was very happy with that. But I really need to get better, and the way that I want to do this by starting playing every single hero 10 times and just get to learn their cards, get to know their power turns, and know what to expect. And I think I had the evidence of that yesterday of working by playing into Reinar, and I could anticipate what they were going to do, and I made better decisions on what to do against them by knowing what they were going to play and when their power turns were over and how big their power turns could go. I think somebody that plays into you knowing your deck gives them a leg up if you are on equal grounds on how well you play your own hero. So it's just one other thing that I think is good to know to get a leg up. So I'm open to suggestions. Anybody have anything they would like to see me play? Either from the list here, like I don't know, Dash.io or Katsu, Dromai. Never have played Dromai. So I have no idea how they play. Or yeah, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just pick something at random. I say at random, but I think I kind of like Max. I like Max. I've played him a couple of times in Sealed, but I've never played him with the way that I think this deck is supposed to be played, where you're trying to get Nitro Mechanoid out. So you're trying to get to the point where you have three hyperdrivers and then you transform and then you really lay into them. So I think that's what I might do. The only experience that I have with Mechanologist is some OG mech. I really like it. I was never very good at it, but I'll give it a go. So yeah, I might just dive into this unless there are any objections. And again, guys, if you're here, if you enjoyed the gameplay, if you enjoyed generally what I'm doing with the channel, then follow me. I have a lot of plans of what I can do to improve the channel still, um, and you'll see consecutive improvements. Just with the production quality, with the interactions, and everything that we can do here. Um, I'm also just one follower away from 30, and if I could achieve that today, I think that would make me really freaking happy. So hit that button if you haven't pushed the button yet. Okay, so I see. Player, did I play against him earlier on? I don't know. So I have a card deck of 60 here. I don't know what the play patterns in this deck are supposed to be. I roughly know the play patterns, but I don't know how this deck specifically is supposed to play. So I think instead of thinking about sideboarding here, I'm just going to take what's here and see where this leads us. All right, let's maximize the screen here and start the game. Construct Nitro Mechanoid, definitely not what you want to see in right at the start. And otherwise, I have a full hand of red. So I think I'm just going to data link. I'm going to boost. Yes. Crankshaft would be good if I already had a hyperdriver. That would have been awesome. That would let me put another steam counter on hyperdriver. I don't have one. And everything else I'm going to do, I think just because they're going to be able to block so much, is going to trigger Max, pitching a yellow, and that creates a hyperdriver. I could crank it to then attack again. I'm not going to crank it. I'm just going to pass because at the start of the game, they're just going to be drawing their hands up anyway. So there's really no point in trying to push for a lot of damage if there's no way for you to tax that hand in any way. All right, so opposed to how most Flesh and Blood games run, where you go from strong to weak to weak to weak, Teklovossen actually works the other way around. They're trying to build up their super mech armor over here, and once they've got that fully equipped, they're actually at their strongest. So the longer the game goes, the stronger they get. Okay, so this is 4 overpower, so can't be blocked by more than 1. So I'm just going to block for 3. And that's probably the end of their turn. They might be able to equip something. No, doesn't look like it. Okay, well, we're just gonna move it on. Just gonna move it on. So, what do I want to do? If I boost, Hyperdriver gives me a resource. That's how that works. So I'm going to use T-Bone. A boost, yes. So I think I want to try to end this game as early as possible. The problem is that they can block a lot. And if I don't put my hands together properly, then there's a good chance that I'm just not going to be able to deal enough damage to push through. That might just be the harsh reality of it. But we'll see. I mean, it's first game I'm playing this matchup, first game I'm playing this hero in Classic Constructed. Let's see how it goes. Okay, then I'm going to play a T-Bone boosting. T-Bone requires you to block with equipment, and because something that is he still needs to. Oh, this is equipment. I see. Okay, that's very interesting. Okay. So they can use equipment from hand, which is very interesting. So I'm going to boost. Yes. And the goal is I'll play the last card as well to just get another hyperdriver. Okay. And yeah, they're going to take 1 damage. They have no cards left in their hands. And I'm going to create another hyperdriver. No, I'm not going to crank that. I'm going to pass. And I have 2 hyperdrivers. So that if I boost next turn, I get 2 resources. Okay. Right. So I think this is not a great hand. Not a great hand. So Twin Drive is really good when you have max velocity that needs you to boost 3 times. I don't actually didn't pay enough attention to know if this runs it. So we'll need to see how can I do enough damage here. Okay, I'm just going to start pretty slow here. I'm just going to put a counter on Teklo pistol, and then I'm going to boost. Do I boost? Yes, I do boost. Okay, so that's for 3. And then I'm going to attack for 2. I want to boost once. I just want to give it go again. There's no reason to do it more often. That's for 5. And then I'm going to create another hyperdriver. And attack with pistol for 2. Yeah, they block so well. They really block so well. No, I can't attack because if I attack, then I'm going to need to crank it, which I don't want to. Or do I not? Yeah, I'll do. I'll see if I can push a little bit more damage. Okay, so that's coming in for 2. They might want to let this go because it's 2 damage, exactly. I think my game here is to try get chip damage as often as I can and get them to a point where I transform to Mechanoid and it's going to be a mech battle. Okay, so that's going to be 4 again. That's the arm piece. So that they banished, they can play equip this from banished. So if they do that, they have already 2 of their 4 equipments together. Okay, I'll just let this go. I think I want to play this hand. Okay, so let's start with a throttle, pitching a zipper hit, and we're going to boost. Yes. So that's 6 go again. And then we're just going to go into crankshafts, into pulse wave, and just boost all the way through. All the way. So this is going to be 6, 5, plus 4, 9. So that's going to be 15 damage. That should leak some, I hope. We're leaking 2 here. And then we're going to do crankshafts and boost that. Yeah. So that's coming in for another 5. They're going to block that. Good. Okay. And then we're going to Pulse Wave Harpoon for another 4. And I'm not going to boost that. There's no point. That's just going to get rid of a card that I might need sorely later on. So we got them at 30 to 35, but they've got 2 Evos equipped. That's already a bit concerning, to be honest. That was out. That's turn 5. They got 2. That's pretty good already. I think arsenaling the zipper hit was really a bad decision. That was really not good. It's not a good card to be there, so I'm gonna just try and get rid of this. What else do we do? I think just into another zipper hit. And then we're just gonna set up a 5-card turn with a hyper. So that was so they took 2 again. Right, if so that means they don't want to block. Or let's see how far we can push them. My deck is depleting fast, though. I need to keep that in mind. Okay, so they're blocking this fully for some reason. Okay, and I can activate Teklo Foundry Heart. So first I'm going to do T-Bone Boost. Boost all day long. Every single time. Every single time we boost. The title is, let me, okay, just changing the title here. So they're blocking 4 again. And I'm going to Teklo Foundry Hearts to get 2 resources, to crank, to get a hyperdriver, and then I'm not going to crank, I'm going to put Big Bertha into Arsenal. Okay, alright. So recharge is good because it puts a steam counter on the hyperdriver, so I can maintain that longer. I'm not going to block 1. I mean, why would I? That makes no sense. I think a lot of these evos cost quite a lot to equip, so if I can deplete their hand, that's what I kind of what I want to try and do. So we're going to start with an overcharge, and we're going to pitch a T-bone. Actually, putting Big Bertha in Arsenal was a bad idea because she's a 3 cost, and getting 3 costs out of Arsenal is pretty difficult. So we're going to continue though. We're going to zipper hits and boost. Yes, that gives us a resource. That's for 7. And then I think after that we're going to do a drive-through data. Right, now I'm going to the Tekli Foundry Hearts to get 2 more resources, then do drive-through data. I'm going to boost, yes, and then create a second hyperdriver. I'm working my way to Nitro Mechanoids now. So at this point, I'm trying to get 3 hyperdrivers so I can turn. I'm already pretty far into my deck. I know that 2 are at the very bottom of my deck. I haven't boosted away any of them, so I know 3 of those cards are still in there. Okay, so all right, where are we? Just a quicken token there. Okay. How did I get a quicken token? I don't know. I didn't pay attention. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention. I am sorry. I am sorry. Right, so how do we best play this? I'm going to do a... Oh, that was wrong. Yeah, just going to do a recharge. And I'm going to put it on this. And then I'm going to 0 to 60. I'm going to boost, yes. Okay, are they going to equip the last piece of equipment here, or are they just going to refresh one? Yeah, they're just going to refresh it. Okay. So they're going to use that to block. So that's for 8. Go again. I'm going to dive through data, boost again. And that's starting to get dangerous. It's starting to get to a point where I might boost away the mechanoids. Ah, but no. Actually, that is really good because crankshaft, boosting away crankshaft gives me a steam counter. And that helps me make sure I can maintain both of these. I want to put this to the bottom now. I'm digging for. So do I want to? Yeah, I'm digging for the mechanoid cards here now. No, I'm not going to. I have 3. Okay. Let's see if I can get my mech together before they can trigger Singularity. Okay, so they're back to me. Do I boost? I'm going to play Recharge. That's a good card. I'm going to pitch. I don't have enough. I don't have enough resources to play it. That's bad. That's bad. So, wait, I need to cancel this. I can't do this. Okay. In that case, let's just play Big Bertha. I'm not going to boost. I have 3 hyperdrivers. That's where I want to be. I'm just going to hope that I'm not going to take too much damage while I wait for that card to come along. I don't actually know exactly how I trigger that card, so that'll be interesting when it gets here. I look forward to it. I've always wanted to be a cool mech. I mean, who doesn't? Who doesn't want to be a cool mech? Everybody wants to be a cool mech. If you're telling me you don't want to be a cool mech, I'm not sure I believe you. And it's possible. Some people don't, and that's fair. That's fair as well. So they're still on 22 life, and I'm 17 cards, right? So I'm running very low here already. Okay, so I have it now. So 4, 3 hyperdrives control. If you don't negate this, go again. Okay, so that's 4 cost. I don't have 4 resources. That is not good. Actually, yeah, I have to play a crankshaft then, or I'm just going to play Big Bertha from Arsenal and then put her in the Arsenal. It's 4. No, I'm not going to boost. Just trying not to run out of cards too fast at this point. I have almost less than half than what they still have left. So we've got to be really careful here. This goes to Arsenal. Okay, now I have enough. Now I have enough. And how does this work? So banish a card from under Nitro Mechanoid, attack, overpower, temper. Okay, so basically, yeah. All right, fine. I don't care. I should just try and focus. I need to keep all the cards that I have at the moment to make sure I don't lose here immediately. What a cool card. I really love that this was a card that was released in Dynasty and people thought it was cute, it was nice, but there wasn't really anything to use that with. And now, suddenly, there's a deck that really uses this card, which is awesome. That's really nice. Um, all right, attack. So I'm going to do 0 to 60 boost. Yes. Maybe I'm going to boost myself to death, right? Maybe I'm going to get to a point here where actually I run out of deck before they run out of life. I'm going to get rid of this. 6 overpower. Depends how many defense reactions they run in their deck, right? Their equipment is very formidable for blocking, and they almost have a full Evo set together as well. I honestly I kind of want to get to that point. I want to get to the point where we play the Singularity mech against Nitro Mechanoid. That's where I want to get to. Is it my turn? No. Ah, it's because it's temper, right? So I can use it to block. Mm, all right, so temper, so I can block this. Oh, 5, right? So that's good. I just take 1. Do I need to? I need to discard a card. Yeah, that's not ideal, but it's fine. Oh no! Why? Why did they? Oh well. Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. First game, first win. I'll absolutely take that. Awesome. And that means, you know what that means? That means we open up another pack. Good. The results. First game, first win. Boosting ability to take a lead in life. Like damage. Could still backfire. Careful not to fatigue and run out of cards. All right, cool. Good. All right. We're gonna open up another pack. Let's open it up. Everfest. Again, in the future, what I want to do is I want to give everyone in chats the opportunity to tell me what I should open up. But at this point, I don't have more than one box. I also didn't think I was going to open up this many packs today. I'm a bit surprised how many I'm opening. I've won a lot of games today, which is a bit surprising. Looks like a ninja card. Wax on. Red wax on. Looks like another ninja card. No, it's Phantasmal Haze. That is an illusionist card. I think this is a warrior card. Outland Skirmish, yes. Oh, all right, turn compost apparently. Okay, we go on to another Mirage. That's another illusionist card. That's another the guy with the mechanical arm, rotary arm. Okay, Tippery, Timothy Point. Okay, this I think is another ninja card. No, it's right to glide path. Very good red. We just played that in the last few games. That was actually pretty good. We got another Bear Fangs. I think in this slot it needs to be foil. Yeah, I can definitely see that foiling. Bear Fangs blue. Nobody wants a Bear Fangs blue. Everybody wants to. That is another talisman or amulet of some kind. Oh, amulet of ovulation. And this is release attention, I believe. Release attention in yellow. Not the best card either. We just played release attention red in the deck that we played earlier today in Azalea. I think that's a good card. This one probably is not. So we're going to go into the next game. We just continue rolling here. We're playing all the games. We're going to play the next game. Let's close this. We're going to create game. And we're going to see what we match into. Actually, wait, I didn't do the right thing. Roll that back. We have to do something else first. We have to put this in here to make sure people know that this game is being streamed, so they don't join up if they don't want that. Always want to look out for that. You got to make sure. Some people just don't want to be publicly exposed in whatever shape or form, even if they're behind an alias. So I do want to respect that. This hot chocolate is keeping me alive. I'm not gonna lie. What a great idea. While we wait, um, I look forward to the skirmish coming up. I haven't I haven't played any of the skirmishes in the season so far. The reason of that is being that I was at Worlds a couple of weeks ago. I played a lot of Flesh and Blood there, and I wanted to take a bit of a break off and not get into skirmish season right away. I also want to use this period of time to get better at Flesh and Blood. And while I think Blitz is a fun format and there's a place for it, I enjoy it. I think it's so swingy that it's really hard to take something away from it. So it's really hard to learn something from that game. At least that's how I perceive it, right? And it could be that you play a game and it's like, well, I drew the right cards in the first two turns, and you didn't draw the right two cards in the first two turns, so I win, or vice versa. And so, if I spend time on Flesh and Blood at the moment, then I want to try and make it something where I can take something away. And I think that's the most important part about trying to get better. You can lose games, and losing games is something that will happen over and over, and that's fine. The question is, what do you do with that loss? Are you going to sit there and say, well, variance lost me the game, or I was unlucky, or the other player was just better, or they're playing the better hero, whatever else excuse you want to use? You can take away a lot from a loss. You can rethink about where you made a mistake, and it might have just been one mistake. It might just been a tiny mistake, like forgetting a tunic counter at the start of the game that's insignificant at that point, but actually came back to haunt you. Or it might be something else, or you might not even see where you went wrong. But in that case, ask your opponent, right? And if you learn something from that game, if you take something away, then that loss was not for nothing. I truly believe that. All right, we're just gonna dive into the game with Fish, Uzuri, Fish on Uzuri. I'm just gonna play the same 60 and see where that gets us. Gonna maximize the screen as always, and in we go. So we have one construct Nitro Mechanoid here. I don't really want to use this for blocking turn 0 because, you know, that might be a really important card to come up later on. So they're going to do 6 here. There's no go again. There might be a shred. I'm going to chance it. I'm just going to block 6 and hope that I can. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So our main gameplay loop here is sneak damage, sneak damage, sneak damage, and then try to get to 3 hyperdrivers so we can build the Nitro Mechanoid. I'm not sure when you're supposed to do that, as early as possible or not. I feel like you want to do it a bit later on. So you get them in a point where 5 block and the temper actually does a lot. But yeah, I'm letting them wait here, so I should probably play something. So I'm going to play this, pitching this, and I'm going to just boost once. Boosting twice here would do nothing for me except just move the cards faster. Okay, they're going to fully block that. Makes sense. Usually Uzuri is really good at using a 2-card hand, but she struggles to really make use of more than that. Okay, 0 to 60, 0, that's good. So I'm just going to create a hyperdriver. Hyperdriver being really important to... Actually, no. I am going to crank it. Crank it basically means give it go again, because I can then put um, put a token on there and then better prepare for next turn. It's a Steam counter, not a token. Apologies to any aficionados of um, Max. Max. All right, so this is the gameplay loop that she has. She will play a card, threaten her ability where she'll swap it with a 6. So that'll require me to block with 2 cards. I have a full red hand, so I can't play Twin Drive, so there's no point in having that. And Zoom In, there's also no point in having that, so I'm going to plug out the 6. And I think that was probably, but they might have not had something else. And right, sometimes they'll do that, and that happens. But you kind of can't risk it, in my opinion. So I play T-Bone. I'm going to boost it. Yep, that gives me a resource from the hyperdriver. That means I can play Zipper Hits for no additional resources. I am not going to boost that. I have nothing else left to play. I might have to play this as a bit slower than last game because I might actually have to block significantly here. And she is going to fatigue me if I just keep taking her hits. I'm going to discard cards. And in addition to my boost, that's going to be really bad. So 1, um, that's a bit of a problem. It's a bit of a problem. So I want to play a Big Bertha, right? If I let this hit, then all right, let's block with this Big Bertha. If I let it hit, then my attack actions they actually block for less. So yeah, okay, see now he does that and I can't really play anything following that. So I think what I want to do is I don't want to let that hit. I'm gonna block 6. Then I'm just going to play the 0 to 60 from Arsenal. Just do 2 damage and I'm not gonna boost. Makes no sense with this hand. I'm just going to do this and then put Throttle into Arsenal. I'm not sure if I'm playing this too conservative, but at the moment I'm a bit worried of what they can do if I just let it go amok. So the question here is what I want to do. Throttle into 0 to 60 into data link. Yeah. I might want to just let this go and take this turn and see what they can do. Okay, so what are they going to say? I reveal basically my whole hand and I have to... Yeah, they chose 1. Okay, they're going to take 0 to 60. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I was not hoping for that. Uh, and if they have a shred here, then I'm double lost. No, I'm not. Okay, that's fine. No. No boost, no boost, just a naked 6. Is how it goes. Everyone, welcome to the channel. I hope you're having a great time here. If you do, if I may humbly ask for a follow, then I'd absolutely love that. I'm so close to 30, and I'd absolutely love to reach that today. All right, so that's 2 defense reactions for a 6. I mean, I'm not sure that's a good deal because they're kind of wasting 2 block here. CNC for 6. Okay, what do we do in return? So recharge is good, but I don't have a hyperdriver at the moment, so it doesn't really do much for me. Ah, that blocks for 4. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Okay, I'm going to have to use Teklovossen because otherwise I don't have a turn, right? Okay, I'm going to crankshaft, pitching Big Bertha. I'm going to boost because I want to trigger. Ah, I want to trigger Tekla Foundry Heart, get 2 resources, and create a hyperdriver. Okay, that's blocking for 6. Maybe not. Maybe not. Hmm. They're gonna let it go. Interesting. Or not. Okay, that's the third defense reaction we're seeing. Going to do this, and then I'm going to crank him to, not crank, but I'm going to use his build to create a hyperdriver. I think getting that Nitro Mechanoid together is actually going to be key in this game. I think this might be the way that I could potentially win this game. And instead just kind of avoid taking too much damage, but at the same time not caring too much about what they do. That's a frailty. We're just going to take a throttle and we're going to put a data link there. And that's a CNC. Okay. Right, so it doesn't matter. Okay. I think I'm playing this way too flippant, to be honest. I think I might be a bit fatigued at this point and not playing as well as I should. Okay, so I'm going to boost, yes. And then I'm going to create another hyperdriver. And maybe it's going to be in time to actually do something in this game. I should have maybe tried to push that for that much earlier. The problem is now I have two of them right at the bottom of the deck, and one is pretty close to the bottom of the deck because we saw that at the very start of the game. So that's coming for another one. I'm guessing they're just going to do the usual gameplay loop where they're going to. Okay, so I'm gonna take it. I think this is probably a pretty bad mistake, but we'll. I don't know how to play into her. If anybody knows and can help me out here, then I would greatly appreciate that. Okay, so we play dive through data. Yes, I have cards now which are not going to do anything. So I actually made quite a big mistake here. I think the reason why I was able to maintain all these hyperdrivers because I drew into a lot of the I drew into a lot of the sorry, I'm losing my mind here. The recharge that let me put counters on top. I think that's pretty crucial if you want to maintain them. That you need to make sure you keep adding tokens to these hyperdrivers. I am going to choose war. All right, good. So where are we here? So crankshaft and recharge is really good, and I think I need to kind of get to the point where I can use a lot of those. Um, so let me force them into using equipment. Because yeah, I had 2 hyperdrivers, now I have none. I have 2 resources, which is not bad either, but yeah. So we're going to go for 5, go again. Let's send this to the bottom. This can, oh, I put it on top. Let's put this on top. Okay, so if I can boost one more time without losing anything. Good. Gonna go data link and boost. Yes. I think they're just gonna fatigue me this game. I think that's what's gonna happen. Wait, why? Why can't? Oh, okay, got it. Okay. Yes, I chose war. I chose war. Very true. Okay, infiltrate. Um, they might have a shred. No, they don't because it's only going to do just that. Now I have to recharge, but I don't have anything to put the token on. I thought that didn't work. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Do you want to boost? Yes. Oh, I'm at 14 cards already. I think this is going to be a loss, guys. I don't know how I'm going to dig myself out of this one. Yeah. They interact a lot more with my hands and tax me a lot more, and I think that is really detrimental to my game plan. Opposed to Teklovossen that just kind of sat there and watched me do all these things. So I think this is a very different experience. All right. I mean, I need to try and push damage, so I'm just going to take it. They have one card. How bad can it be? Okay, interesting. Good. So all red hand, not good at all. Yeah. I think I'm just going to have to resign myself to the fact that this is not a game that we're going to win. But I don't care. I think it's important to see this matchup and realize that this is actually quite difficult. This actually feels very difficult. Um, and it's important to know that, this could go wrong very fast. Okay, so no, I don't want to boost. The thing is, they can just continue to block me, right? They have so much life, they have so many cards left. I'm really running out here. I want to stay positive, but I think I'm really very close to being out of options here. I have 8 cards left. I mean, they just need to block me out. Yeah. Okay. I'll be honest here. I think I'm just going to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to win this. No, I'm not going to boost. There's no point. I'm just going to attack you for 1. Deal with that. You're at 29. I'm at 11. Fear me. I wonder if this is actually a very difficult matchup for this hero, or if it's just that I don't know how to play into it, if I played it badly. I wonder if it's maybe a combination of the two. Maybe. Maybe. If anybody knows, let me know. I'm really clueless here. This is my last hand of cards, so there's not much I can do here at all. All right, so we go for 1. We block that. That's another card gone. I'm gonna let this go. And we're down to 9 life. And we're gonna go 6 and block out, and we're out of cards, and the game is over. I'll play it out. I'll play it out. I'll let him get all his hits in. Get all the hits in. GG. GG, well played. Good game. Good game. Congratulations. That was well played. I think I felt like I never had a chance in that game. He dominated that from the very start. So that was definitely interesting to see. Um, so yeah, that's it for today. I think I'm going to end the stream here. Just as a reminder, I did open this cold foil Majestic, and once I reach 50 subscribers here on Twitch, I will raffle this away to one of the, sorry, not subscribers, followers. Let's start with followers, right? I'm going to raffle this away between everybody that is a follower. I'm going to send it to you no matter where you're in the world. So if you want this, and if you enjoy what I'm doing, please subscribe to the channel. Otherwise, I think that's it for now. that's it for today. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining the stream. I had a great time streaming. I appreciate you being here. Have an awesome day, no matter where you are. Bye bye, and all the best to you.